get our faces on here.
Not our real faces.
Our
fake
real faces. This is what we look like in real life. It's fine. Starting soon. Hide that. Alright. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 1-year anniversary live stream for Slay the Princess. We're so happy to be hanging out with you right now. All 666 concurrent viewers, which is both a big number and a spooky number. As we eagerly await tomorrow's big release. Brandon is still hidden on here. I'm sorry to hide you, Brandon. There we go.
Nobody
there's the
puts
music,
Brandon
man.
in a corner.
Well, except for me, he's literally in a corner.
Yeah,
here.
they've successfully put Brandon.
Put everyone except Johnny in a corner.
Why am I in a corner? I feel very exposed.
Well, you know, it's I don't know. Anyways, we will be taking questions for a while Abby live streams herself working on a new poster for the game. One that will contain every princess. She will not be drawing the new princesses on stream, but she will be adding the new princesses to this design before the poster goes up. We have secret princesses. We have a bunch of questions that we already got via a Google form, but I'll be sprinkling those in as we hit lulls from audience questions from the live streams. Someone asks, is this stream spoiler free? The stream is not spoiler free for the original release. We're going to assume that all of that is up for grabs. It is spoiler free for the Pristine Cut until the end. After Abby is done with the poster, we will be showing off a little bit of the Pristine Cut performed live by Johnny and Nicole. But we will be giving you ample heads up before that happens. You won't miss anything other than that if you duck out when that starts. And we will be changing the stream title to reflect the fact that we will be showing off spoilers. So stick around until then.
Are we spoiling the fact that Brandon died 5 years ago this very night?
Well, I mean, I guess it's out of the bag now.
Yeah, it was really tragic, actually.
So tragic.
Yeah, we
Some
cried.
say you can still hear his piano.
You know what are video games if not ghosts of people living and dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, imprints that we leave behind in wires and circuits before moving on to the great beyond.
Why did I
That
make
was
these
so
princesses
close to
draw?
being deep, mate.
You're almost there.
Let's see. Someone asked, will there be new voices in the Pristine Cut? Also, Johnny,
Yes,
people
hello.
are saying you're a little quiet. Let me see if I can boost
Yeah,
you.
you
no.
a
need
bit.
to scream more. Scream
Okay,
more.
I'm boosting you by like 18%. We'll see how that
More?
goes.
Yeah. Cool. I am as high as I go on my end.
Okay.
I think you have
Well,
control
let
of
us
it.
know. How does Johnny sound now? Brandon also a tad
Noisier.
quiet.
Am I quiet?
Okay. I will also. Oh yeah, Brandon,
He's
you're
dead.
quiet
we
to
just
me.
went over this.
Right, ghosts aren't loud.
Yeah, ghosts aren't loud, chat.
Anyway,
I feel
someone
like I've known
asked.
some loud ghosts in my time.
Maybe at my mic. Is it better now? Am I sounding okay?
How's everyone's a tad quiet?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
Volume.
I feel
I'm
like if
just gonna-
everyone's a bit quiet, maybe boost your volume.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I will boost our volume. I think. Oh wow, yeah. No, it's really quiet, isn't it? All right. How's this? Everyone speak.
Hello, everybody.
At the same time?
Good day. Don't know why I did that.
Okay, much better.
Really?
Wonderful.
I'm glad you did that. Thank you.
And then I'm going to
Much
turn
better.
myself down. Oh, I can turn the. Right, I'm not on the output. I'm on the input. Okay. Now it's maybe a bit too loud. I'll turn it down a little. Amazing. We did it.
We're getting there. We're figuring it out.
We got there. We're okay. Anyway, someone asks if there will be new voices in the Pristine Cut or just new princesses. There will be No new voices.
No, it's the same. It's the same new voices. As much as I really tried to, I tried to talk Tony round to my proposed new voice, the moist, which was just like it was just all horrible wet glottal sounds. Tony said no.
You can all blame me for that.
Yeah, I will actually.
People want to hear how the moist would sound, Johnny.
Oh,
I really want
Johnny.
to go and meet the princess.
Oh, I hate it. Thank you so much.
Sure. We should add that in, Tony.
I
Yeah.
thought I was gonna love the moist, but it turns out I do not.
No.
hoisted by your own petard.
All right, question for Johnny from chat. Someone's asking if you still see the narrator as the protagonist of the game.
I mean, like broadly, like when it comes down to it, the narrator is how I have always like interacted with the game. It's how I've always conceptualized the game, because the narrator's lines were what I was given. Like, you know, I've since seen it all through. I've since, like, I have a lot more knowledge of like the princess and everything, but fundamentally my perspective was always, here are all the lines, here is the perspective of the narrator, and that is so that's always going to be how I fundamentally approach the game. Now, I will say that there is something in the Pristine Cut that has been included that throws not my beliefs about the narrator into question, but it punctures, I would say, one of my hopes about the narrator. But broadly speaking, I still think that the narrator is the narrator's actions are understandable, if probably misguided.
Great answer, Johnny.
I wonder what
Fundamentally,
Well,
I
that's
think
fine.
that
That is
the
fine.
fact that most players, I think that most players interacting with the game from the perspective of the character who is locked in this cycle with the princess is equally, if not more, distorting to their perspective of what's going on, as my coming to it as the narrator is distorting of my perspective.
Wow, that went from a great answer to a fantastic answer. That is so interesting. Nicole,
Yeah.
question for you from chat. Who is your favorite princess? Love all your work so much.
Like, of all the time, I feel like my answer fluctuates and changes literally every time I answer this question.
Right
Well,
now,
it should.
if
But-
it's a Pristine Cut one, just say, chapter number instead of giving away.
Yeah,
chapter
don't worry.
names.
I would say, oh gosh, from the currently released, probably Thorn. But if we're looking at all time, chapter 3, Damsel.
Mhm.
Hell yeah. That's the correct, it's the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have so many feelings about that path.
And you had to voice it, so all
Yeah,
those things come through.
it's a very special path.
Let's see, do we have anything in here? Alright, oh yeah, this one was interesting from the spreadsheet. Johnny, if the protagonist's lines were voiced, how would you voice them?
Sorry, could you say that one more time? You cut out there halfway through the question.
If the player character, if the protagonist's lines were voiced, how would you voice them?
Oh, what a good question. What a good question. I think... Can you give me three lines, three random lines from the player?
Yeah, do you want me to put them in chat, like in the Discord? Or...
Yeah, because I'll want to see them so I can have a think.
Yeah, let me see.
Because I think it would want to be neutral for the most part. A little bit, I want to say a little bit haunted. Like, to a certain degree, the voice of the hero was like my swing at a sort of a protagonist voice that stands in contrast to the narrator. But let me have a look.
Yeah, sorry, it's so hard to find like a good set of lines because they are so
That's all right.
neutral.
That's all right. Like to be fair, I don't actually necessarily need you to do it. I could just look at some screenshots of Slay the Princess. But you know what? I'm lazy. I'm a guest here.
You're doing enough labor. We should bring
All right. So here's here's one.
Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
Here's another.
I hope you heard all of that, Mr. Narrator. This is a lot different than last time. But last time definitely happened.
Oh, it's fun. And then here's a third. You asked for 3.
Were you being metaphorical when you said that nothing exists outside of us? There's more to the world than just this cabin. I saw trees and everything on my way here. So I think probably keeping with a similar clarity of accent and RP to the narrator, but lowering it down a little bit to closer to the hero, that allows a little bit more push and emotion into it. That's just like my first swing at it, though. Like it's an interesting one because I feel like if the player lines were going to have been narrated, then that would actually have changed a lot about about a lot of the other voices. You know, there are certain registers that I ended up using for some of the voices or for the hero, that if there was like a player character voice as well, I would probably have like kept some registers free for that. But that's my best go, I think.
Good.
That's great. Question for Abby. Abby, do you draw in pencil? Why? What's your favorite drawing utensil, I guess?
My favorite drawing utensil was pen. This is unusual for me, and it took a little bit of getting used to, especially because, of course, it's smudges all over the place, so it's so fun. I would have to wash my hands so much while working, because every time I did anything, I'd just get like a coating of graphite on my hands. Anyway, I did it for this project because we really liked the sketchy look of it, because when you work in pencil, there's like a certain amount of detail your mind kind of fills in. It makes it feel more gestural in general. Like, it's just very pleasant to look at, and we wanted it to feel a little bit dreamlike, and at the same time it also cuts my work in half because I don't have to ink over it. So it's fun though. I've really enjoyed working in pencil, and I found myself doing it a lot more often because I just have been able to make it look really nice instead of making it look unfinished. So
Oh, Abby, can you do we have something that can bring the mic closer to you? People in chat are saying you're very quiet.
I am very quiet. Let me go get an object of some kind.
Yeah, there's like
What
that.
song is playing right now?
What's
by the
that?
way? Oh, it's. Oh, you probably can't tell me. I'm dumb. I just saw the chat was asking about the song that was playing, but I have that muted. I can't hear.
I'm just gonna leave that up in the air.
Smart.
It's a mystery.
Find out tomorrow.
Yeah, find out with the Pristine Cut.
Find out tomorrow on the Pristine Cut of Slay the Princess.
Ooh, there we go. We got bumpers now.
Yeah. Where's Bumper Princess?
And I'll also bring the music a little
I moved the microphone.
quieter still.
Is this better?
Is this better? Hold on, I gotta catch up on chat. Oh my god. Okay, yes.
You know, the hardest part of working in pencil is when I do these like little rough sketches underneath. I have to fully erase them before doing anything on top of it. At a certain point, I just wound up using double the paper because I just like chose another piece of tracing paper to go over it so that I wouldn't have to erase all these lines. No, how am I
Nicole, you're being asked if you have a favorite line from the game.
I do, and I don't want to misquote it.
Oh, okay.
Can I post in the general and see if you can find it?
Yeah.
How are you gonna misquote? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you
That's
could
a
get me
good
that one, I will
the
definitely.
line that I was like the most irritating to our localizers about.
Hold on, chat. We'll get it for you. I'm pretty sure I know it, but I don't want to. It is my favorite line, so I genuinely don't want to misquote it. Your lover drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? Fucking love that line. I love that line so much. Oh,
I think that's
love
one
it.
of those ones where, like, I put so much labor into, like, providing supplementary documents for the translation team. Where I want to say, like, specifically for the part at the end of the game where you have your big argument with the shifting mound, I took every single line from that sequence and did a line-by-line explainer of, like, here's what this means, here's what the wordplay is, if there's any, and it was 50 pages long. But then there's some things where it's like it's inevitably going to be lost in translation. Like, I don't think many, if any, non-English languages have like the double play on the meaning of the word steak there.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you
like
know,
a nice big juicy steak, and what you kill vampires with. Those are the only two meanings.
Let's see. Which princesses would you say were the quickest and/or longest princesses to create or draw?
Ooh. What is the one that took me the longest? The Stranger is probably the one that took us like the actual longest because she needed so much redesigning. Because her basic concept is like you refuse to engage with the idea that she is a princess until the point that like you know she isn't a princess because she ends the world. So she's like not a princess, but she's shaped like a princess. So like kind of playing with that. There are so many different ways that you can take it. So at first we were going in like a skin suit direction. That's where the Muppet Princess and the Bug Princess came from. But I'm so much happier with what we settled on, which is just
The thing
all
is,
possibilities at once.
with the Stranger, the real challenge was what you really were trying to do was depict a sort of a computer error, essentially, but in that particular fleshy style. That because everything is like about the princess is like, you know, very physical. Everything like, you know, lot of meat going into your drawings, but you needed to use that meat to depict something that is generally like a glitch. So like, how do you draw a meat glitch? That's the question.
Going with like an actual glitch, it winds up becoming more of a meta about video games versus a meta about like personalities and the situation and relationships.
Yeah, because like one of the biggest challenges with the original direction we were thinking about taking the Stranger is like, so here's this unknowable monster that you know ended the world, but is still like masquerading as a princess and inhabiting like this skin suit, and what even is building a relationship there? How do we keep it alien? How do we maintain the vibes of the root without it just being like, well, we're starting over from chapter 1, but she's weird this time, and Nicole has to do unsettling things with her voice. So ultimately, like, reshaping it so that it was, like, fundamentally about being impossible to ever get to know her because you saw too many sides of her at once was the better option.
Yeah, like going with a proto-shifting mound. So she's a shifting mound that can't really fully form herself. So that's her design as well. It actually wound up looking like that accidentally just because it was such a similar concept, but like a shifted, worse version. So... And I'd say the other princess that took us the longest was the Wild.
Oh, like design-wise?
Yeah, design-wise, that took a long time.
There were in the original release, I think, 2 sections in the game that, like, destroyed Abby on an emotional level because it was just too hard to depict. One of them was, like, designing the Wild because it's such a metaphorical route. And then the other is the sequence that transitions between the nightmare and the moment of clarity, which, again, was, like, how do you depict all of these metaphorical concepts in a convincing way that's like both abstract but still rooted in the game's reality?
Yeah, I think I tumbled at one point. Just Tony will keep handing me these existentialist poems and be like, "Now draw this, please." So that was very fun to figure out.
Brandon, I don't know if you know that you're muted, but you're muted.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just waiting for a question. I'm just
just so you know, like a big mute shows up next to you on the live stream.
Oh, does it really?
if you
Oh, no.
mute your mic. But anyways, relevant. To
Oh, I see it now. I see it now.
Relevant to what's playing on the live stream. How did you come up with and write the track for the Apotheosis?
Oh, the Apotheosis was fun because you told me Attack on Titan Princess. And so I just listened to a bunch of Attack on Titan / anime soundtracks and just tried to steal as much as I could from those concepts. And yeah, tried to make it as like big and grand as I possibly could. And then, of course, once we had Amelia on board, I was like, hey, I know Amelia's kind of used for this one part of the game, but I would love to get her on, to make this sound even bigger. So yeah, it just kind of all came together, just trying to do my best to sound like an anime, I guess.
The number of times Brandon came to me and was like, "Can we use Amelia on this track too?" And every single time I was like, "Yes."
Yes.
Oh my gosh, her voice is angelic.
Yeah, just a wonderful person.
Yeah, she's
You
amazing.
haven't had the chance to play yet. I haven't played yet, but maybe it'll be a tonight or a tomorrow night thing. She's on a track for the new Alan Wake 2 DLC that just dropped, which is
That's
really
literally
exciting.
what
Oh,
prompted
yeah,
me
I
to
need
buy
to-
Alan Wake 2. I was like, oh, now I have to play this.
Oh, hi, Amelia. Amelia's in chat.
I mean, I was gonna say she should be here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wanted to because we brought her up. I wanted to just give an extra thanks to Amelia for everything. She was such a crucial part to the soundtrack, and every time I hear people talk about the music that she was part of, like the shifting mound movements, it just warms my heart. She did such an amazing job with all of it, and is a huge reason why we won that award last week. So thank you so much, Amelia.
I still love how I found out that Amelia was joining us because I was streaming one day and I was playing Hollow Knight, which is one of my favorite games. And I was actually almost at the part where Amelia's character is there and she's singing. And Brandon came in. He's like, "Oh, are you playing Hollow Knight because of the news?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "We have Amelia." And I was like, "What do you mean?"
That was really funny.
We have who? And it was definitely a very funny way to learn that she was joining us. But it was very good.
Yeah, and just keep singing her praises because she's so good at what she does. Like, the best people to work with are the collaborators who, like, know those parts of what they're working on where it's like they could take it a little further, they could redesign it a little while still staying in the original vision but giving it extra oomph. And Amelia cared so much about like trying to internalize the character of the shifting mound, and I'm sure overwhelmed Brandon a little with like all of the different takes and layers she wanted to add to it, but it made the tracks that much better.
Yeah, for those who don't know, like the shifting mound movements as they grow in sequence, it's it starts more instrumentally heavy, and Amelia's in there a little bit, and then as it goes on, 2, 3, 4, there's more Amelia, less instrumentation, and outside of like the persistent melody line you hear, it's all improvisations from Amelia. She was just like gripping and ripping and just going for it. And so for the 4th and 5th movements, there was a point where I had so many improv takes from her. I just pulled them all into my workstation, and I just unmuted all of them and just to hear what it sounded like all together. And it was like this beautiful, perfect choir of Amelia. So like it made my job so easy with those tracks.
Hold on, can I just ask? You dropped the phrase "gripping and ripping."
Yeah, like it was nothing.
Like, as though that's just something that we all understand what that means. What
Are you not
is?
familiar with gripping? And
No,
or
I'm not familiar with
I-
Grippin' and Rippin', Brandon.
Oh, that's back from
No
my
one's
old
familiar with
my
gripping and
skateboard
ripping.
days. You just gotta grip and rip. Go for it.
You say the funniest stuff.
question for
How has
Tony.
no one heard Grippin' and Rippin'? Am I
I've never
crazy?
heard of.
Yeah.
I've never heard of Grippin' and Rippin'.
Never
It
in my
sounds
life,
is
Brandon.
news.
foul, though. It sounds
It
foul.
does sound very foul.
It's like a skateboarder.
And you have
surfer
recordings
thing, I
of her doing this, you say?
think. Yeah. She just went for it. Grippin' and Rippin' is where you just you throw caution to the wind and you just go for it.
You know, there's a phrase for that. It's called "throw caution to the wind."
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Don't get me wrong. I fucking love Griffin and Rippin. That
I
sounds
hate
like
it.
what a great phrase. Just new to me is all.
Yeah, it's like the original YOLO. It's my generation's YOLO.
It's your generation's yo.
I think we're the same generation, Brandon.
Yeah, we're the same generation. Wait, no, I think I'm older and ugh.
I
Disgusting.
am an aged 37 years young.
Okay, we're
then
actually
we are-
closer than I thought.
Yeah, we are almost an identical generation.
Ah, you're
So
all
yeah,
crones to me.
all
I'm
of your
only
youth you could have been
32.
Grippin' and Rippin'.
Shut up. I'm
Oh
almost
yeah, well
40.
obviously a child like Abby would never have heard
Yeah.
of Griffin and Rippin.
32. Get out of here with that.
Abby's
We've
generation.
got our
is
whole
pretty
lives
YOLO.
ahead of us, me and Abby.
We had to
I
use-
know.
Yeah.
I feel like at 40, I'm just like, I don't know. Things are rough, man.
Question for Tony. That's me. Was adding humor to certain routes a deliberate decision to lighten up the tension, or did it naturally emerge as part of the writing process? I am thinking of Razor and Apotheosis as examples. I think that's just like my style as a writer. I was much more interested in comedy long before Abby turned me into her goth husband. And I don't know, like I think the two blend together well. I think horror and comedy are very good companions. They play with emotions in similar ways, and each of them is yet another tool that you can use to play with the tension that the other relies on.
Yeah, like it's one of those things that sort of like horror and comedy, like when you talk about like the body genres, the genres that evoke a very like specific physical response, they all have that sort of like overlap, and they often work quite well together, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're evoking a physical response in some capacity. And sometimes those bleed into each other really well anyway. Like a lot of people will go into a horror movie that horrifies some people and then say, wow, nobody told me it was funny. Oh wow, my thing's been off screen the whole time. Anyway, it's like, well, it was funny to you perhaps because your body just decided that's how it felt. Because I think it's very much about surprising and knocking somebody kind of off kilter a little, and how somebody responds to that, I think, actually varies quite a bit.
Speaking of...
And it's also, sorry,
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's also really fun to play in a space that is both horrifying and funny. You know, like people will be like, "Oh, that was really funny," "Oh, that was really scary." And you're like, "Yes, it was both."
Yeah, right. It's the point of the project. Like, we have this rule as writers where if we're not enjoying ourselves when we make something, or barring enjoyment, like interested in what we're doing, we throw it out. And I think that's something that contributes a lot to the quality of the final products we've put out there. And sometimes you just need a joke to make something more fun. But on the subject of comedy, Razius asks, could we get an uncensored version of the adversary rude wallpaper, please? I love it so much. I believe that is when you and the adversary are flipping each other off and your fingers are blurred. That's diegetic finger blurring. Both you and her are blurring your fingers as part of the gesture in the game world.
That's just what your fingers look like.
Yeah, at least when they enter that gesture, right? What else we got? There's a lot of people talking about gripping it and ripping it in chat.
Yeah, that is a phrase I learned
am-
today.
You see what you've done, Brandon? This is all your fault.
I'm gonna start using
Come
that.
back.
I'm flabbergasted. Surely there's like a definition on.
I'm
there.
gonna use it at work
not gonna
on
deal with it.
tomorrow.
Kamara says, looking forward to the expansion tomorrow. Hope the self-voicing mode works with it. Self-voicing does still work on PC. We've made a few posts about this, but essentially the way self-voicing voicing works in Ren'Py, it like uses your Mac or PC's like natural text-to-speech generator, which does not work on consoles natively. We wanted to get self-voicing out in time for the console releases, but it's like this whole extra feature that we have to build. We are putting in like the time, resources, and money it'll take to build that feature, but it will be patched in after the fact for consoles. So if you need like a screen reader to read through the player's dialogue options and want to play the game tomorrow, PC is going to be the place to play it. Wow, I got a handful of questions that are just logistical stuff. So, marketer, Tony's putting on marketing hat right now. Gonna answer those. Quick question: how long will the collector's editions be available for? So they're going to remain up for pre-order until they ship next year. Serenity Forge has done a lot of physical and collector's edition runs in the past. So they have like good data on what demand looks like. So like relative to pre-orders and sales and stuff. So our plan is essentially to print the exact number that will take the inventory down to 0. So then everyone who wants one can get one, but not print over it. So it's like, if you are strapped for cash and really want the collector's edition, one, if you're strapped for cash, you do not feel the need to give us money for stuff. But also like you can wait, and there will be ample warning shared on social media and on the Discord about like availability and how much longer that'll be there for. Don Justicia, thank you for gifting some subs to the community. I'm sure I'm like really far behind on all of this, so sorry if someone has donated or gifted something and I haven't talked to you yet, or thanked you. This is a big, busy chat.
Yay. Thanks everyone for coming.
Question for Tony and Abby. What is the process of creating a new princess like, both in terms of her personality and her art? The personality usually comes first because like every princess flows from the circumstances that creates her. So like for instance, if we go all the way back to like the difference between the first demo and the second demo, where it's like we added all of the chapter 2 princesses that would eventually be in the game. Like originally in the first demo, there was no distinction between like the tower and the adversary. You just got a princess called the Fury, who kind of looked like something in between for both of them. And we realized when it was time to... Do you say she was so hot, Nicole?
She was so hot.
She was so hot. But like when we got started on like expanding the game, we kind of realized that there were so many different ways to get to her. And I think what eventually became the razor could lead to her too, where you imagine that she has a knife and thus she has one. We just didn't have anything to hold on to in terms of a personality there, because it's like she could be super dominant compared to you, or you're equal, or like a tricky character. So no story flew from that. So we split her until it felt like we had these distinct character types to hold on to. And it's like once we had a sense for that personality, then we could figure out, well, what does she physically look like from there? What's a good metaphor? What's her size relative to the player? What's her posture relative to the player?
A lot of character design kind of comes from attitude and personality, because like the way you carry yourself changes a lot about how you look. So, just a little tip. Yeah.
Nicole, because we're talking about princess design, I mean, we might as well just ask you, like, how did you settle on voices for each one? What did that process look like?
So for coming up with the voices, a lot of times what Tony and Abby would do is show me a picture of her. But there were some that like I didn't get to see a picture of first, and I just got to hear a description. And I would kind of play around with what I kind of imagined. And then there were some that had like very specific direction, which were always really, really fun. And then there was some where you had very specific direction. I had never seen the reference material before. So I had to then furiously YouTube, gosh, what was it? It was some anime that I had never seen in my life, and I can't remember which princess it was for. And then when I didn't understand that one, you're like, okay, what about this reference? And I was like, I guess I've never watched a single movie in my life.
Oh my god, was it the Spectre? Wait, was it... No, it was the Wraith, wasn't it? Because I think... Well, there was at least some point where I was just like, let's try that one ghoul lady from Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School, which, to be fair, is not a common reference.
Now, okay. So
come
there
on.
is there was an audio file that had a section that you left in where you were crying, "I've never seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure."
Yeah.
So I'm trying to I'm pretty sure it was that, and I'm trying to walk it back, and I want to say we were looking for some laugh, and also we're trying to reference Frieza's laugh from Dragon Ball.
Right, and I'm like, I've
the
never watched
sub-version.
Dragon Ball.
Oh my god, have you fixed either of those?
No, I haven't.
Great
Nicole,
shows.
better.
But yeah, no, so what princess would have had JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Is it one of the towers?
I don't remember. I just remember being like, I've never seen it.
Sorry, I'm looking at my list of all the princesses. I don't think it would have... Oh, it might have been, the Adversary. The Adversary has, oh, you're walking right at me type of attitude. I'm gonna say Adversary, and it was JoJo. Question for Brandon.
Huh?
What can you tell me about the Burned Gray track?
Ooh.
Do you imagine the fire? The question asks.
So I mean, that's the question. Is just tell me about the Burned Gray.
Well, what was your process for writing that track?
So the Burned Gray is actually one of my favorite tracks, and it's actually a huge homage to one of my favorite pieces of music that no one has called out yet. People have asked me, there's certain influences that I'm not shy about, the Nightmare route is heavily inspired by Little Nightmares and stuff like that. Burned Gray is heavily inspired by Midsummer. So knowing that you were going to burn alive, it kind of put me in that the headspace of Midsummer and Midsummer and Hereditary are kind of locked in my brain forever together. And the song at the end of Hereditary, Reborn by Colin Stetson, is one of my favorite pieces of music of all time. And so I was kind of I'm going to try to do what he did, but with the princess version of this arpeggiated, looping, growing, ostinato thing that keeps growing on top of itself and looping, until it builds up into this big, blazing fire kind of idea. And to this day, no one has called that out yet. So now everyone knows, I guess.
Question for Johnny.
Yes.
How does Johnny characterize each of the voices and how they're supposed to sound? How did you settle on what voices you picked for... You don't have to go through all 12.
Yeah.
But...
So weirdly, they are. I don't really visualize the voices or conceive of them in a character sort of sense. It is almost. They almost entirely exist physically, if that makes sense. They are places in my throat and speak they are a feeling. It's one of the reasons it took me a while to get into each one, but once I had it, it was very easy to sort of slip back and forth, and it's one of the reasons that doing the streams is possible, because you do this rapid switch, but because they are physical things in my throat, if that makes sense. They are movements, they are motions, which makes it a little bit hard for me to conceive of them in more sort of abstract characterological sort of senses. But yeah, the process of finding them was very much about experimenting with voice and tone and pitch and position, until I found one that felt right and that felt distinct. For a while, the paranoid and the hunted felt like were a bit too similar, and so I had to do quite a lot of work to sort of shift them in different directions. But yeah, that was broadly my process.
All right, and then scrolling through chat, some more gripping and ripping.
Of course.
Oh, this
This
is a
is
good
Nintendo.
follow-up question for what you just answered, Johnny. What would you consider to be the hardest of the voices to really nail down?
Voice of the stub. Well, okay. To nail down the opportunist, because that one is one that is, there's a tone inherent to it. It's not just about pitch and speed and position in the throat. It's also about it's also got to have that slight sliminess to it. And weirdly, it's one of the ones that changes most depending on which other character, which other voice or narrator it is talking to, which makes a lot of sense. Like for the opportunist, that it does a lot more sort of like minor code switching than any of the other voices do, but it does mean that it was the hardest one to sort of keep consistent, and the one that was most prone to sort of drift into other voices if I wasn't careful. The stubborn is the hardest one to do, just on a like, it's a lot of growling, it's a lot of roaring, and it's like it's a hard time on my voice.
Great answer. So I'm noticing a lot of questions in chat that are asking us, the authors, to personally validate your readings of the text, and just gonna let y'all know that we ain't gonna do that.
Oh no, I'll do
questions.
that. I'll do that. You're right. You're right. You're, like, absolutely.
All of you.
Like,
All of you, everyone.
Tony actually was telling me earlier that he's too afraid to say it publicly, but word of God, your headcanon, you got it right. Hang on the money. So, congratulations on figuring it out.
You're so smart.
Perfect answer. Perfect answer. Da, 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 da.
Ooh, I have seen one question that I'm waiting for it to come up at some point, and I'm terrified to answer it.
Well, now you've said it.
Wait,
Now you have
like,
to.
Like,
Well, no,
the
I've seen
question
people
I should
ask, like,
skip, or
no. I'm just like, people ask like what my favorite piece of music for in the game is, and it's like, you'll find out tomorrow. It's the last track on it's the last track on the soundtrack.
oh yeah, the one that I am not going to play right now.
Yeah, don't play that one. That one's like,
absolutely not.
it's special to me for a bunch of reasons, as everyone here knows. But like,
Yeah.
I think it's going to, it's in a part of the game that I think is going to just make people cry their eyes out.
I'm gonna
Like,
have to look up what it is. Is it what I think it is?
You know what it is.
Think
You've
it
heard
is.
Okay, it's what I think it
You've
is.
heard it
yeah.
live.
Yeah.
Everyone's favorite route.
I'm gonna
except,
cry.
Like Abby and.
Oh
I
no,
don't know
I'm
what
only
Johnny
saying
thinks.
that honestly to even it out. I mean, obviously, it's the best one. So
You know, yeah. What, Johnny? What is your favorite route in the game?
My favorite route in the
yeah,
game.
or chapter, I guess.
Oh, I don't know. I like
it's okay
I like
if you
the.
just hate all of them.
I mean, like, obviously they're all pretty dreadful.
Yeah.
You know, like, but I mean, if I had to pick from the just the abject garbage that I've been handed. No, sorry, I'm being, no, the I really like the Nightmare. I really like the Nightmare.
Nice.
Also, like, I've got a soft spot for the Spectre,
Yay.
Nice.
and I like how much the damsel route, like, just calls you a dickhead for choosing it. Like, I love how little the damsel route respects you, the player.
But she just wants to
Excellent.
make you happy.
She just wants to make you happy. Let's see, what else we got here? Question for Abby. Which princess went through the most visual redesigns? Other than Stranger,
yeah.
because, like, that's...
That would definitely be the Wild. Like,
Really? That went
Yes.
through redesigns?
yeah, I feel like there's so many more sketches of different ways that the Wild could be that I just, like, had to go through before figuring out. Like, especially...
Did I see these sketches?
I think so. Like, like for me, mentally having to go through it, it went through quite a bit. Because settling on just what she wound up being was a lot. Like when she had more of a physical body, which then kind of wound up being what the Wounded Wild was. But the Wounded Wild was really fun too, because of course starting with the concept of like a dryad, you can go into a lot of different directions, and I didn't want it to feel really normal. So, especially going with kind of when she appears, she seems like she's very bound to this space now, like you have done this to her. So that was really, really fun to play with. I'm so happy with how that imagery turned out. And then the thing that you have to do to set her loose is like cutting her from the bindings makes her into something that's unsettling to look at and feels distinctly broken. So that was so much fun to design. So, and then the networked wild is an idea I'd already been playing around with for something else. So
Pyrokinesis, thank you so
One of
much
my
for
faves.
gifting 10 subs.
Yeah.
Ink Corvid asks, has there been any cross-pollination of narrative ideas between Slay the Princess and Scarlet Hollow? It seems there were some lessons learned in terms of UI. Oh, there were a lot of lessons learned in terms of UI. Both coming into Slay the Princess from what felt like some UI mistakes we made in Scarlet Hollow, and then now that we're back into the full thick of Scarlet Hollow, new UI lessons learned from the experience of making Slay the Princess. I think it's hard to like really point at specific aspects of one game being like, and this idea came from this thing we explored here, or this idea is an extension of this thing from our other game. But I do think it's worth stressing that like any time you make consecutive pieces of art, it's like it is this cyclical process where you're constantly learning and growing, and you're taking the lessons you've learned and applying it to something new. To the point where it's like, I know it's been a while between episodes of Scarlet Hollow, but like there are a lot of lessons we've learned as writers and artists and programmers from our time working on Slay the Princess that are frankly necessary to do the best job that we want to do with Scarlet Hollow.
Yeah,
so it's like
made Scarlet
not
Hollow
really-
so much better.
not really a wasted energy type of thing at all. And like with the scope of Scarlet Hollow in particular, that one was just like such a large scope when we started it, and we didn't quite realize how big of a project we were setting ourselves up for, that it's only through growing with our work that we're able to tackle the daunting exponential scale of the script.
It's also, I find it's like a nice break, because every time I'm working on something, I'm usually thinking about something else, honestly. So just thinking to myself, I can't wait to get back to Scarlet Hollow where I won't have to do this kind of thing anymore. It's like fun, and it shows me what I really like about working on something else. So that's nice.
Things need time to ruminate, you know? Let's see. Brandon. What is the most underrated track from the game in your opinion?
The Stranger. Easy.
Nice.
That's one of my favorites, and I think it's got like one of the fewest play counts and all this kind of stuff, but not the original like the Stranger that's in the game. I love that track.
Yeah, it's amazing. You did a wonderful job.
Oh, thank you. It's just I think a lot of the songs that I really like in the soundtrack get like due praise, you know, in various forms, but that one is just like, it's so different. I think it's really cool. I love the glitchy aspect of it, and the way that you actually come to it in the game, like when there's, you know, all of the spiraling, and then it just like cuts to it. It just cuts to that panel of the Stranger, and then the music just starts playing. It's one of my favorite things to see happen.
I do really like that transition.
It's amazing.
Question for Tony and Abby. Back when the demo dropped, did you already plan for the plot with the narrator and the shifting mound, or did that come along later? All of the bones of the narrative structure were in place. I'm sure there were details that we worked together over time. I don't think like the name the Shifting Mound or the name the Long Quiet came about until after the second demo was done. Me7 is I can't finish reading this. It's a difficult username to parse. What is better, pancakes or waffles?
Waffles.
Waffles.
I'm gonna.
I'm
Wednesday
assuming
pancakes.
you mean. Are we talking American style pancakes or
Yeah.
sort of sorry,
What are
crepes?
British? Oh,
Both are
crepes
trash.
versus pancakes. Let's say let's make this a three-way thing. American style, thick like buttermilk pancakes, crepes, and waffles.
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 So I will probably I love a crepe. I love a crepe.
I'm a buttermilk pancake guy.
I would probably say I mean they're all good. Like all carbs are good.
All sugar bread.
but-
Just eat a donut. Donuts
Yeah.
are better than all of these things.
No,
So-
donuts are the worst one.
However, I
I'm
will
outta
say
here.
that in waffles we also do you guys do potato waffles in the US?
I don't have.
What?
I haven't.
We do.
No.
I know of them, but I don't know what they
Is
are.
like they're
You're
not
making-
actually.
You're making this
Well,
up.
no, they're not. They're not the set. Like it's like
Do you
it's
not call
like
them potato
chips.
pancakes?
Like they're not actually. They don't really have any relation to what you guys think of as waffles, but they're like a sort of a gridded potato thing.
Are we talking about
if-
waffle fries?
Like waffle
No,
fries.
Brandon.
Yeah, sort of, but
No.
like slightly bigger and squarer, and they're just also good because potato similar is always good. So yeah, so you just also made me think about potato waffles.
I learned
which
about-
I love.
Potato waffles from like a Weebles song. I don't remember, was it Weebles? It was like about waffles, Belgian or potato waffles, and that's how I learned that they existed. It's from a
Yeah.
stupid little like online animation from the late 90s, early 2000s, maybe.
Oh yeah, I remember I was in secondary school I think when that
Mhm.
when Weeble stuff really took off. But yeah, anyway, I'm not ranking them. I love all my children equally.
Speaking of ranking for the whole cast, which princess do you think is the most underrated?
Underrated.
Underrated is right now it's either the Stranger or the Wild. I know they're not like towards the bottom of people's tier lists, but I think just in terms of like the writing for them and the way those roots play into the overarching narrative structure of the game, they're like they both, like, even with the Pristine Cut, where pretty much all of the new and expanded chapters, like, shot up to the top of my list, those two, I think they're still in my top 5.
I'll be honest, I don't know enough about. I'm not particularly engaged with like the sort of Slay the Princess fandom, so I have absolutely no idea how the various princesses are rated. So I don't know what's underrated. I mean, they're all good. Whichever ones you guys don't like very much, they're the underrated ones because they all rule.
Okay, well, hold on. This is an interesting quote. So based on your knowledge from the game, what would you assume would be the ones that you would think are underrated by the community?
What a
I like
good
that.
question. I'm gonna guess that the witch is a bit underrated.
Oh, she's like the
'Cause-
second most popular one.
Yeah.
People love that.
Really? Because
Oh, yeah.
the witch feels the witch feels like one of the sort of the midway point princesses that isn't like pushing super hard in a specific direction. Because there's a few different ways that the witch goes.
I don't know if you're looking at chat right now, Johnny.
Yeah, no,
getting
everyone loves
roasted.
witch.
Yeah.
Roasted.
She's a great girl.
I
Yeah,
feel
we
like
hit the button.
I
We
feel like
just can't go
Razor is either everyone absolutely fucking loves the Razor or the Razor doesn't get much love. I don't know because the Razor's a really weird one.
I love Razor.
Everyone loves Razor.
Everyone loves Razor. Okay.
I hated her
That
at
was-
first.
I was not expecting that. I also thought, oh god, Razor's gonna be a weird one, and people are gonna be like, what am I playing?
Alright,
Why does
so-
this feel like it's a...
No, like I'll be honest, that
Yes.
doesn't surprise me because as soon as I saw the line "Behold the perfect woman," I was like, I think Razor's going to be very popular.
Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna. A while in anticipation of the Pristine Cut, we sent out this survey to our community where it's like a poll where you had to individually like rank every princess in order,
Yeah,
and then it like assigns points based on it. So we have like the aggregate rankings in the fandom. I can like open that up and put it on the screen.
Yeah, like it's interesting when you're writing or you're reading people's writing or this sort of thing. There are two sorts of really good lines. There are the really good lines where you're like, oh, that is such a fantastic line. I love it. I like, you know, which is like the one that Nicole quoted earlier about the stakes and hearts. And then there are the ones where you're like, oh, that is a good line of the sort that you are going to hear interminably forever.
Yeah.
I think the Stakes and Hearts one is the damsel.
Yeah, that's the... No, he was just talking about...
Oh, okay. Oh,
No,
I
and
see.
like,
Oh,
and the
yeah,
like,
yeah.
behold the perfect woman is like,
Yeah.
you're
I
gonna,
see that.
we're, like, that's a great line, Tony, but you're gonna be hearing that line for years,
Yeah.
and it's going to be annoying.
Gonna haunt you.
Let's see. How do I? Oh.
Is the Nightmare underrated? I feel like.
Hold on. I'm working on.
Oh, I see the thing now.
adding.
Okay.
I'm working on adding this.
I can't wait to be so mad at
Yeah,
what the
heart,
lowest one
lungs.
is.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves is another one, Johnny, that I think you're gonna hear forever.
Oh,
That-
for the rest of your life.
That is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, heart, lungs, livers, nerves is another one.
I don't know how well y'all can see this.
Oh, here we go.
Then I'll
The
move this.
thorn.
Oh, you get to kiss Thorn. That's of course number one.
Yeah, you
Right.
do get to kiss
Okay.
Thorn.
Okay. That's, you know.
Give her a little sweet.
People are not that complicated when you get down to it.
Nope.
Shade. All right, yeah. So we got Thorn at number 1 by like a chunk, and then Witch is number 2. Then a pretty big gap, and then we get Prisoner. So you know, a human woman.
Prisoner.
Prisoner.
Boring.
People,
Boring.
People just,
Human women?
people just
Ew.
want a human in chains, which
Yeah.
say,
Okay,
like it's, you know,
never mind,
it
yeah.
I wasn't gonna say
says
it.
something about society. IMO.
I
You
see the
know?
vision. I get it.
And, you know, adversary. They want to be beat up by a large, muscular woman.
Yeah, so does Tony, sorry.
Well, like the thing is, I'm surprised that the adversary is so far above the tower, because it feels like those two are
Because
like
the
off a
tower's
piece.
Yeah.
too dummy.
It's
What
so
do you
interesting.
mean, too
I thought-
dommy?
I was just like, isn't this what you people wanted? Isn't it beautiful?
So
It's
this
so
is
Yeah,
interesting.
I'm surprised that the tower is that low.
Same.
The
I love
tower
a
is the
tower.
one princess where it's like the community reception to her versus my expectations was like wholly thrown out of line, and it's because people only say they want. a
It's because
strong,
people are
dominant woman.
cowards,
They're
Tony.
cowards. They're
Yeah.
cowards.
Cowards.
Hear that,
Absolute
everyone?
cowards.
You gotta love the tower now. We're mandating it.
Yeah, so you know, it's like everyone wants to get stepped on until like
Someone steps
Get
on
stepped
them.
a
on.
30-foot tall woman tells you to stab yourself to death, and then oh, it's not a safe space anymore.
Apotheosis, it doesn't surprise me that it's
It's a rare
comparatively
build.
low, because Apotheosis is quite a
Pristine
conceptual
cut,
one.
too.
It's quite conceptual. It's quite short. Like there's not a huge amount of like characterization to latch onto.
Right.
Yeah, she
So
was an
we're
impressive
gonna see
sight.
how these change.
What do you mean people
yeah.
don't like the Fury? The Fury's just
That's crazy.
Well, she shows up and then like and unwinds you, and that's it. This again. This
Yeah,
is all
Apotheosis-
This
before
is
Pristine
all
Fury.
Cut.
subject to change.
I know, but she's
Round
like
gray,
she's horny for fighting and
Wait, that's
you.
the adversary.
No, Fury
Right.
was
No,
also
Fury's the one with the expose heart and then she explodes you instantly.
Yeah,
she's
she
fine
gets
for
off on that.
exploding you, not fighting.
Yeah, I feel like the bottom ones, with the exception of Beast, which like feels surprising to me, that I think that a lot of them it's like, oh, these are the short ones. They're the short ones where you don't really get a chance to sort of chat to the princess much.
Right, and they're also the ones where it's just like bad things happen to you. I
That's
guess
fair.
people don't like being burned to death or
That's silly.
you know,
Oh, man.
touched by a bloated corpse or bored.
Everyone's so silly for that.
My answer is just going to be
Everyone's
clarity,
like
man.
all like, wow, I want to be eaten until they get eaten, and then they're like, oh, this is terrible. Arr.
So I didn't know that we could have counted Moment of Clarity as its own princess. That's like one of my favorite moments in the whole game. It is
Oh, yeah.
existential crisis that I
she
deal
has
with
like
every
a,
Oh
she has a
no!
really good redesign in the Pristine Cut.
Yeah, she really feels like a chapter 3 princess now versus an
Amazing.
extension for
I think
the
she was the first. She was the first chapter 3 princess that we made. I want to say,
Yeah.
which is why like she's very similar in her design to the Nightmare,
Yeah.
where she should feel a lot more distinct right now. Pretty cool.
I'm not ashamed to say I had a pretty emotional reaction the first time I saw Moment of Clarity because it is
So
just
good.
like the way that it's like so kind of flippant about the cycle of life and the the things that you go through before you die. I was just like, well, thinking about this all day now.
Thanks,
I'm
Tony and
glad
Abby.
that's okay. Yay, you're welcome.
Oh, cool! More death in my brain. Amazing.
Well, it happens to all of us.
Of course.
Unless you stumble upon the secret alchemy of immortality, Brandon.
I'm
as I
working on
have.
it. Oh, you did? You found it already?
Mhm.
Good for
Good
you.
times.
Yeah.
Just send that link in chat privately.
Abby question: what kind of scanner was used for making Slay the Princess?
Well, what does it say over there? Some brother scanner. It's one of those that's one of the combos because it's so hard to just find a scanner and especially a large format scanner because I have to use the large format like an 11 by 18. Sorry, 11 by 17. Which is also still too small to scan most of my art, so I have to scan it in chunks, which is annoying, but it's what I have to do. But also the printer component always breaks to these. The printer is unusable, and I still use it as a scanner forever, but it's just a very chunky item. That's all.
Are we going to get another popularity poll post Pristine Cut? Yeah, no, I'm very crunchy about data, so like this poll was separate from other popularity polls that I did for the demo to see how things changed over time and to split it into like chapter 3 princesses. With the express purpose of seeing, especially because so many of the routes that got expanded on in the Pristine Cut were towards the bottom of this list. But for the express purpose of seeing, like, do we balance things out? Does it get corrected by that? I think someone else asked why the chapter 3 and 4 versions of the Razor weren't differentiated the way other chapter 3 princesses were. And we just kind of fold those into her when we talk about the route because there is such a singular through line connecting them all. So it's like the designs change, but she feels like the same character throughout. Whereas Eye of the Needle is actually pretty different from the adversary. Apotheosis, especially in the Pristine Cut, feels different from the tower. Let's see what else we got. Loves the Witch. Yes, Razor. Everyone loves Razor. I love Razor. We love all of them. I'm so far behind in chat questions wise, so bear with me.
The Razor is funny to me because I remember being so hesitant about her changing because initially my voice for her behind the scenes chat was a dragging blade, so the S's just pulled out and very snake slinky and then we went with which she is now, which I love.
That was so much fun.
Yeah.
As soon as I read through Tony's script, it was like I could hear it in my head, and I was just like, all right.
That was the last full route that I finished for the game. And then I think
And that's why
Thorn was a
the
late
Trinity
addition
too.
that Abby was like, we need to do a Witch Chapter 3.
Yeah.
And
So
that
that
was
was- I
like
read a
that
lot
was the
of that.
last thing until
He's
the
just a
Pristine
silly
Cut.
little guy.
But yeah, Razor was like a I just want to have a goof at this point. I'm so tired.
have
If
to
I
write
just
the
like
mirror
break the
scene
structure
again.
of the game and play with it a little bit, it'll feel more fun. Yeah, I think that's also when I started to like through the game express my irritation at like some of the repetitive and looping components of the game, where it's like the cheated skips the woods because I was really tired of writing like chapter 3 scenes that start in the woods where it's just like, oh, we've been here before. What do you mean you've been here before? Blah 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 blah. I was like, well, what if a guy just says, fuck that. Let's not do it. Question for Tony.
What if shut up?
Yeah, what if shut up, exactly. What engine is used for console ports? Serenity Forge got it working natively in RunPy on consoles. Abby draws the hair so well. Ah,
Oh,
teach me
thank
your
you.
ways.
Wow, I just let the pencil do it. Easy.
Nothing but a pencil vessel.
Yeah, that's me. I drag it across the paper and it just decides where to go.
So with the Pristine Cut, will we be getting new achievements? Yes, there are, I think it is 35 new achievements on Steam. One of which is to finish the gallery, which has like 437 unlocks in it. So like,
Have fun.
really there's like 400 some achievements.
Jesus.
And then, oh, the Apotheosis track loud. I'm gonna bring this down a little
Whoops.
again. I mean, I think it's only like sensitivity to mixing levels for everything else.
Sure. I'm never gonna live this gripping and ripping thing down, am I?
Never. Absolutely never.
Damn it.
You need to embrace it, you know? Just
Yeah, I guess
go
you're
for
right.
it. Like, really just throw your whole
Really,
self
just
into
grip
it.
and
Like,
rip it
if there was some sort of phrase that like really just...
There's no better way to grip and rip than to embrace the phrasing of gripping and ripping.
I still can't believe I learned the phrase gripping and ripping today.
My use of gripping and ripping was me gripping and ripping.
Good for you, buddy.
I don't know why these things happen to me. Sometimes I need to just not say things, I suppose.
If you
Please
never
always
speak,
say
then
things.
People will never say, this is your new catchphrase. Except then they'll be like, ah, silence. That's classic Brandon.
Yeah, silence is my new catchphrase.
Spectre will be smiling. I like her little grin.
I love the Nightmare Princess so much. I'm just now checking the Twitch again. I have debated getting a tattoo of that mask several times.
Oh.
I want to get a tattoo of some kind, but I don't know what
Oh,
to do.
do it. Join me.
I'm just gonna get my full back is gonna be the Nightmare's mask.
There we go. Nice and subtle.
Nice and subtle. It's weird when you do tattoo. Like I have a singular tattoo, so like when you think about a second tattoo, you're like, well, where do I put it?
Oh,
You know,
boy.
once you have a lot of tattoos, you can kind of just put them wherever. But like,
I
you're
have... I have like 28 by now.
Wow.
My last two, though, were princess related.
Wow.
Your last two were just Tony and Abby's faces?
Yeah, for sure.
Nice.
I feel kind of bad that I didn't change some of the crowns. Like, it's a little inconsistent there, where some of them are pretty different, and then, like, Nightmare Inspector in particular, it's just like, and it's the same one. But it's because I couldn't come up with anything.
Fine.
I'm
Question
not
for
good at
Abby.
that. Yeah, that's
How
fine.
do you avoid straining or injuring your wrists while making all of the artwork for the game?
I sure I keep up a lifting routine. I say this on
Love the
Tumblr
same
sometimes. But yeah, if you improve your grip strength, then it makes your wrist really strong. So, and it makes your hand cramp up a lot less. I definitely recommend it because I can feel every time I haven't been lifting consistently enough, I can feel the strain and I'm like, all right, I know how to get rid of this. And then I just do some grip strength exercises. And if you are scared of doing things like deadlifting, you can always do farmer's walks, which is where you just hold a weight in one hand and walk around until you can't hold it anymore. And then you switch hands. So those are my tips. That's what's
Abby
helped me.
is lifting constantly. Anytime that Abby is not directly in your line of sight, you can just assume she's, lifting, deadlifting,
Gripping and ripping.
pumping
if you
various
will.
irons. Yeah.
Gripping and lifting.
Abby, famed gripper and ripper, yeah.
Yeah, when are you gonna release the artist's workout routine on like a website? You can just put your own your routine and get
I
some
feel like
follows
people
on
don't
that.
believe me. They're like, well, how do you not get back pain? And I'm like, well, let me tell you, there's another tip for that, which is also lifting.
Which is also lifting weight.
Just deadlift, not every day because you need time to recover, but like once every, call it 4 days. Yeah, I think like once every 4 days, do deadlifts and squats
Yeah.
with
Abby,
good
you're
form.
so cool.
Learn
Thank
good
you.
form.
Tony does it too.
Tony,
Then
you're
you're
so
fine.
cool.
Lifting
How
weights
does
is very
the
good.
process work when importing art? I understand that the art is scanned from physical work, but how much time is spent digitally coloring and lining over things? I'm curious about the process.
It's pretty significant, I would say, because of course, like when I scan things in, there are lines I still have to erase. Like I have to make sure that it looks good. There's a process I use to separate the line art from like the white background layer. Some of it's kind of easy because most of it is that. It's just like a command basically. And then the shading itself was really easy for Slay the Princess. Some of the princesses are harder than others. The Fury was a lot. She was basically full color, so that one took a while. Like every single one was like a new unique painting, because she's got her whole chest situation. It was fun though. At least it was fun stuff to color. And then Apotheosis was also pretty tough because so much of her is the shading. So like the line art was a minor component. I mean, it was getting the basics down, but yeah.
Question for Abby again. I submitted this in the Google Forms, but I'm curious how Abby approaches drawing realistic gore. I know I struggle to find any references, much less good ones, when I do so.
Well, unfortunately, that is the way to learn it. I mean, searching is now more difficult than it was back in the day. I tend not to have to search it as often anymore, but then for things like trying to draw a heart realistically, you do have to find pictures. So it's just a question of combing until you find something that's what you're looking for. And of course, there is also just, instead of having to look at real pictures, you can just learn like the anatomy of wherever you're trying to mess with something. Wow, this sounds yucky, but that's how it works. I studied evolutionary biology and a lot of kind of anatomical stuff. I've done a lot of dissections in school, so these are things that helped me a lot, but are not really things that you do without school. So probably don't do
Sometimes
those.
you just gotta break into a morgue, you know?
It's for your art. It's important.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm afraid if you want to
It's all
draw
the
Police
realistic
will
gore-
understand if you're an artist.
Yeah, you've got to break into morgues more often. Or at the very least, take pictures of roadkill and have people see you do that and stop their car and be like, "Hi, are you okay? Do you need any help?" And be like, "I'm sorry. I swear I'm doing this for a normal reason." Anyway.
I do like that this morgue scenario. They're at least already dead. You're not doing the killing, so that's
Yeah,
something.
it's so ethical, actually.
Yeah.
Abby and
To be fair,
Tony-
if you also want to go, if you want to go the writing route, it's very important that you actually do the killing. But if you're just drawing it, then
Yeah.
pre-dead is fine.
I mean, if you partner with someone, then you can really help each other out. That's what me and Tony do.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah.
Abby and Tony, what is coming after Slay the Princess? Will there be a new game with the same style, vibe, genre in the future? Well, what's coming after Slay the Princess is the rest of Scarlet Hollow. Episode 5 is going to release sometime next year, and before Episode 5 of Scarlet Hollow releases, we are currently working on a large overhaul patch for the first few chapters in the game. This is including some UI improvements that we've been teasing as well as adding a bunch of extra branching in the earlier parts of the story so that episode 1 feels a little less railroady. We want to give Stella haters in particular plenty of wiggle room to exist within the world and narrative and not feeling like they're stuck being like a sidekick for a character that they haven't connected with.
There are Stella haters?
There's Stella haters.
They live among
She's
us.
very, like, can you imagine meeting her IRL? She's very pushy.
She's a lot, but I think it's endearing. I like Stella. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like her.
It is the audience.
A true
better
hater
use that.
can find something to hate in anything.
It's an art form. It really
You
is.
know?
But I feel like Scarlet Hollow really picks up after the second episode. Like 3 and 4 are very tight. I'm very happy with the state that they're in. The first 2 episodes, especially the first one, they very much feel like the first video game Abby and I ever made. And for a while, it's like we had this feeling with it that like whether or not we liked it, episode 1 is they're kind of like that ugly support beam. I still like episode 1, but they're like that support beam in your basement where you're like, I don't want this support beam here. I want something cooler, but you know, if you like take a sledgehammer to it or try and change it, the entire house will fall down. So for a while we were just kind of stuck with if we started the game from scratch, like we would probably find more interesting ways to let the first chapter be a little more exploration driven and choice driven instead of like all funneling in together so early. But like it is what it is. There's so much sitting on top of it that like we can't really go back. And then recently when we were in the thick of episode 5's development, we came up with some ideas for like a more varied approach to the earlier parts in the game that wouldn't be like too much extra legwork on our side in terms of like exponentially scaling the narrative, but like would still make things flow well. So we're working on that.
I love Scarlet Hollow. Just saying it.
Oh my god, me too.
Yay! Thanks, guys. Thanks for being so supportive.
Some
Scarlet
people
Hollow is
asking
so
if we're
good.
changing the main decision in episode 2, thinking that it's imbalanced without seeing how the story continues or actually knowing what the consequences of that choice are.
Yeah,
Shaking my damn head.
that one is coming home to roost, but much later. So
Ooh.
I'm actually replaying through Scarlet Hollow, so I don't remember what the major choice in episode 2 is. I'm excited. I know what I assume what it is in 1.
Yeah.
I also love that I learned today that so you guys gave Scooby-Doo as a reference for something that you did that Nicole had to do
Yes.
for this game. Scooby-Doo was also a reference for something I had to do for Scarlet Hollow, and I love that there's a Scooby-Doo consistency amongst these projects.
Oh my gosh, the Scooby-Doo consistency is huge. Actually hate Scooby-Doo. Not the show, but like, well, I don't hate the show. I hate the character. I hate that dog. I'm so sorry.
He's-
Please don't cancel
Sorry.
me.
He's the worst part of the show. Honestly.
Also, Scrappy-Doo needs to,
Obviously,
like-
everyone hates Scrappy,
Yeah,
Scrappy's the
everyone
worst.
but
hates
like,
Scrappy.
you know,
I love Scrappy Doo.
Why?
He's Scrappy. He's got that good
Explain
energy.
yourself.
Just positive
He's-
What's
vibes.
wrong
look,
with you?
I mean, fundamentally,
Maybe
Scrappy
we
Doo
fumbled it.
is the second worst character in the whole franchise.
Yes. Yeah, who's the worst?
Oh, Flim Flam, the racist sidekick from the 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Wow, what a deep cut.
I don't even know what that is.
Well,
Weirdly, the 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo also has the best Scooby Doo character, which is Vincent Van Gogh,
Price, yeah.
who is just Vincent Price, voiced by Vincent Price, looks like Vincent Price. He's just Vincent Price in the Scooby Doo world.
God,
And he's an actual
Van
wizard.
Ghoul?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
it's a truly baffling show. There's no Fred or Velma. It's Daphne, Shaggy, Scooby, Scrappy, and Flim Flam.
I also kind of hate Fred, so that's good. Actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
no, it was
Fred's
all the
he's.
hits, really. You know, Flim Flam.
I don't know. Fred's doing his best.
Somebody has to be the normal guy.
Yeah.
Ew,
Asked, and how much
disgusting.
detail is the rest of Scarlet Hollow already written and outlined? Do you have one main path fleshed out, and then you're writing around it? Yeah, like all of the bones of the narrative have been in place since we started work. I think it's important when you're working on a story that hinges around like a mystery to actually know where that's going when you get started.
You don't want to do a Lost, you know. I think a lot of people, there's an easy thing to do as a mystery writer where you're like, I'll just put in some little nuggets, and then if I want to follow through on them later, maybe I will or maybe I won't. And what you've done is you've just made it impossible for people to see where your narrative is going, which means any kind of resolution is going to feel incomplete, unfocused, and unsatisfying. That's how I feel. And it's not like you have to have every detail ironed out, but like you want to put in the little foreshadowing elements that actually lead to something. Otherwise, it's like, why are they not what pen do I use? I use microns, but right now I'm using a pencil. It's a mechanical
Also,
pencil.
just a surprising number of Fred Jones defenders in the chat.
Who are
Wow.
these people?
Who are these people? What are you doing?
And no Scrappy defenders. Where's my Scrappy?
Oh no, I
dude
saw
game?
one. I saw
No
like
one's
one
going to
Scrappy
defend
defender.
Scrappy.
But like that's no one's dying on that hill.
What would you've mentioned it a few times now, what would you consider the bones of the narrative? I mean, that's the structure that your entire story relies on.
Yeah, so
So,
like
like-
this episode, we know these things will happen.
What are the core motivations of characters? Why do they act the way they do? How are they acting to pursue those motivations? All of those things. Alright, so there's a few Scrappy defenders who are specifically defending his appearance in, is it season 2 of Velma? I don't know
Oh, I haven't
anyone who's
seen
watched
Velma.
that much of Velma.
Yeah.
I've not really kept up with Scooby Doo in the post sort of 2000s.
Is it Mystery Inc? Where's the one where Fred gets like he's almost like a Batman-esque character with his like trap building? He
Oh, I
becomes
think that's
so
Mystery
obsessed.
Incorporated.
Yeah.
That might be it. That's the best Fred, I think. When he's like this master trap guy. It's amazing.
What a wild thing to just add to the character of Fred.
Well, he's got to have something, right? He
He's
doesn't
Yeah, he's
do
just a
anything.
guy.
He doesn't do anything. He's just. Like
I mean,
the-
he had
the-
something in the original. He owned a van.
So what? Man, he's not a monster. He has no sex appeal.
He was man with van. That is true.
He's got an ascot, Nicole.
I don't care. He's just a man.
He's just a man. Let's see, what else do we got?
Ooh, wow, Courage the Cowardly Dog mentioned.
I've never
That's
seen
the great
Courage the
show.
Cowardly
You've
Dog.
never
ever.
seen Courage the
No.
Cowardly Dog,
Okay.
or Dragon Ball Z, or
Where?
JoJo's
No,
Bizarre
no.
Adventure.
Did you grow up
Oh,
under a
okay.
rock?
I've only seen one of those, but it is the best one. Courage
Which
the
is-
Cowardly Dog.
Okay.
Yes, agreed.
You've not seen Dragon Ball Z?
No. Which is funny because my best friend loves Dragon Ball Z.
If you go through your whole life without having the motivation that Vegeta feels, then I just don't understand how you get through your daily life.
Okay, sorry
Yeah.
to rearrange the camera.
He trained in 500 times Earth's gravity to surpass Goku.
He did. And we all
Oh,
need
we've all trained at 500 times Earth gravity.
Yeah, he's not special. What?
He's the reason when I was in high school, I bought a 50-pound weighted vest to wear
Oh
at
my
all times.
And that stupid vest haunts us to this day, every single move.
Well, I
All-
mean,
all your
like, if you
vests.
think about, like, I was training at, like, I don't know, 1.3 times Earth's gravity while wearing that. effectively.
Oh my gosh.
Vegeta is literally the reason why I got into lifting weights. I used to watch like Dragon Ball Z clips to get hyped up for the gym. That's the
Are you
truth.
for real?
Swear to God.
I
I've
love
watched
this.
Vegeta
No, I've
versus
got
Recoome.
playlists. I
Yeah.
mean, there's clips from the show. There's all of those AMVs. That
This is
one,
great.
that one from the first Broly movie where
The
it's set
Pantera
to
song?
Evanescence's Bring Me
Oh.
to Life. That's great. There's a lot of
Can't shake the image of Tony like narrowing his eyes, like gritting his teeth. He shrugs off the weighted vest. It falls to the floor. He pulls himself up to full height, sits at a desk and starts typing away.
He actually,
I
like,
mean-
I was gonna use a reference from the show, but if you haven't seen it, it's like when Piccolo takes off his weighted armor to,
exactly.
go his full
Oh.
strength. Yeah.
Sounds like you. Did that
Brandon,
perfectly.
this is very embarrassing for you. A piccolo's actually an instrument.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. You call yourself a musician? What the hell?
Oh,
Brandon
you
just
know what?
leaves.
Totally him into
Yeah,
silence.
I'll see you guys. I'm out.
Isn't there a character in Dragon Ball Z named like Bully or something? I don't know, man. I don't know a lot
Broly?
about that show. Broly,
Yeah,
there
all
we
of
are.
The Saiyans are named after vegetables. So like Broly is broccoli. Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans, is just vegetable.
Vegetables.
Goku's
Gohan is right.
Saiyan name is Kakarot, which is carrot.
So what? Vegeta is just the vegetable.
He's
I've seen that-
he's king of
He
the
is.
vegetables.
Yeah, he's
On the
the
Kakarot
Prince of all
game.
veggies.
Trunks is just Trunks.
Well, Gohan and Trunks are like,
They
you know,
inherit
half
names,
Saiyans,
yeah.
and they're named after their Earth lineages. So like,
Gohan
Trunks
is right,
in
though.
the Bulma family, where all of them are named after various undergarments, right? Like Bulma is like, I think, bloomers. Trunks,
Oh my
like
gosh.
swimming trunks.
I had no idea.
Bulma's dad's name is Dr. Briefs.
I love this actually.
And then Gohan is named after just food in general.
Oh, I thought it was a rice thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like it can refer to rice, and I think
Or
it's also like a
meal.
generic term for meal
Yeah,
in
like-
Japanese.
Hero Gohan, Asa Gohan, etc.
I really have to respect the way that like Toriyama just chooses like naming conventions for an entire species in his world, and then he's like, all
Yeah.
right, I need a new one. What's another vegetable? Looks at supermarket shelf. I'll name them radish.
And then there's the new guys. There's like cereal guys, or whatever.
Yeah, there's
Cereal.
real like looks around desk. Yeah, his name is John.
In the final
Oh.
arc in the manga to date, the main villain was from a race called the Cerealins, and his name was Granola.
I kind of love that actually.
I think you would just call it like what he did. I think that is another example of gripping and ripping. He's just kind of going for it.
Johnny, at your previous comment, someone in chat says, "Who would name all of his characters John?" Shaking my head.
A fool.
Silly
Lazy,
little guy.
lazy fool.
I'm on episode 133 now, or 135.
That's a chunk
Oh,
of the-
cool.
I'm rolling. I'm doing my best.
You're very much gripping.
I'm
bit of
gripping and
ripping.
ripping the Magnus Archives. Oh god.
Okay, we're back to relevant questions.
Alright.
For Johnny, how do you make reading block text / giving descriptions interesting and engaging for the listener?
It's called storytelling. I mean, to be fair, it's a facetious comment, but that is also kind of true. Like, storytelling and narration is a slightly different skill to it's fundamentally a genre of acting, but there are loads of different sorts of acting. Like, voice acting is not the same as stage acting, is not the same as film acting, is not the same as narration or storytelling. And a lot of it is just practice. A lot of it is just sort of practice and like listening and like spending a lot of time listening to people doing narration and storytelling, like if you can find like really good examples or like people that you like. I've listened to a lot of audiobooks of like old English ghost stories and like M.R. James stuff, and a bunch of like old sort of radio shows that have this sort of tone, and a lot of it's just like listening to it and like trying to figure out what's like getting an ear for the rhythm of it, an ear for like where you're placing the emphasis, what bits you know. And like I'll be honest, it also helps that Tony's writing fucking rules. There aren't very many dud lines that you need to sort of power through to get to the next interesting bit. Like the rhythm almost always works really well for narration. Yeah, I mean, just practice, really.
I will say for dud lines too, a good thing that comes out of sitting in on recording calls for everything in a game like Slay the Princess is you can hear when something isn't working, and then you can be like, all right, what's not working here? And then you change it.
Yeah, like it is also very like the fact that the voice director and the writers are kind of the same person, very useful, because yeah, it means that like I think there was a lot more changing stuff up in the early recording sessions than the later ones, because by the later ones I think Tony had a sense enough of my reading that the lines felt a lot more like written for my specific voice and for the voices that I'd already developed for the voices.
Exactly. Like there was a point when I stopped using the word disoriented when I was writing dialogue for Johnny and switched to disorientated.
Yeah, because that's how I say it.
How many times does the narrator say aluminium?
Aluminium. I mean, I don't think it comes up.
I'll never forget hearing, what is it, instead of
Polystyrene?
like, yeah, when David Alt asked for polystyrene and the person just kind of stared at him.
Like, what are you talking about?
Like, what do you mean?
Polystyrene. What do you guys call it?
Styrofoam.
Styrofoam.
Oh, I mean, we also kind of call it styrofoam, but polystyrene and styrofoam, they're just the same thing. We just have an extra word for that rather than... It's not like a pronunciation thing. It's not like aluminium and aluminum.
We saw how many eyes were in aluminium and said no thanks.
Hard pass.
It's like you just drop the H at the beginning of herb.
Oh,
We
yeah,
do.
herb.
We do.
Yeah. Herb is a
Or
name.
pass me an herb.
Finally, you're speaking normal. Gosh.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I like how hard you hit that with your American accent. That
was you went
really
real
good.
hard there.
I was making a point.
So hard.
No, it was real good actually.
Joe Sack says, I know you explained why you remade Scarlet Hollow Episode 1, but I believe having to replay it over a dozen times drove you insane. Over a dozen times, first of all, is a severe understatement. We have experienced Chapter 1 like possibly 200 times at this point. And I do want to stress that we are not remaking Episode 1. Mm-hmm. We are adding divergent structures organically within it and during other parts of some following chapters too. So we're not like deconstructing and rebuilding the game. We're just adding more options and meat here and there.
So the original structure of the game is remaining intact. It's just that now you get more of it because there's something wrong with us.
Yeah, like something that's very important to us with Scarlet Hollow is that anything we do, like your saves at the end of chapters, still function. They still work, and the story continues referencing things correctly, which is why when we build new stuff, we almost never retroactively go back and scrap something. We just change some details here and there. Azoth Forge says, Slay the Princess needs what-if scenarios. I think that's the whole game, my guy. It's just a bunch of what-if scenarios. We're out of ifs right now.
What
No,
if
that's
princess, but also knife?
Ooh. What if?
question for Tony and Abby. Is there much crossover with the way the Slay the Princess voices and Scarlet Hollow traits are written? Do you think the Scarlet Hollow traits may end up being more heavily personified going forward? No, they're very different. Like, the traits are there as options that express your character, and, you know, you get information through them in, like, a kind of... You get access to different narration sort of way. But it's like, for the most part, the traits in Scarlet Hollow are about kind of describing and building your character from like a capabilities perspective, whereas the voices in Slay the Princess are about like emotions, right? Like,
they're
how
just
are you
little
feeling
guys.
here? They're just little guys. There are ways, because like the princess is shaped by your perspective of her. We know there's a bunch of salty gamers out there who will be like, oh, well, with my knowledge that this is a perspective creature, me with my 100% perfect discipline will turn her into a hand sandwich. And yeah, we needed a way for everything to flow within the game world so that, like, one, she changes based on what you, the player, are feeling, but the game kind of expresses how it's reading those emotions.
Ham princess sandwich one.
You just needed another way to roast the player. You know? The thing about the voices are you looking at the player and going like, this is you. That's you, that is. Or, yeah, let's not trust anything. Or, what a skeptic you are.
This is you.
Pyrokinesis asks a great question. Okay, now hear me out. What if Princess versus Goku? Who would win? This is entirely dependent on what information Goku is given in advance of their confrontation. If he's told that she's very dangerous, he'll probably think that she is very dangerous, and in his hunt for a perfect opponent, just keep finding an equal. Like, I'm saying Goku would be stuck on the adversary, but the adversary becomes like a hyper-dimensional being who can shatter reality with a punch.
Tony, by the way, has been yearning for this since day one.
Yeah, and
Tony loves
Comic Battle Board posted this scenario, and they seem to agree that, like, Princess edges Goku, which is thrilling for me.
I assume that has a different meaning.
I shouldn't have
in
said
your battle
that. I
points.
shouldn't
Yeah.
have used those
Yep,
words.
I just like, what a way to phrase it.
Gripping and edging.
Oh.
She edges
Gripping,
out
not
Goku.
ripping.
I mean.
In many ways, I feel like for Goku, gripping and ripping would be kind of edging.
Oh, can't undo any of this, huh?
Yeah, this is all you,
over.
buddy.
Sorry if this has been already asked, but if the princess was added to Dead by Daylight, would she be a survivor or a killer? Oh, she would be a killer, 100%.
That'd be so fun. I love Dead by Daylight.
I don't know anything about Dead by Daylight. Is it possible for it to be like a you must kill the killer first, or is it always that? Instead of just
I've never played Dead by Daylight, so I would.
You can't kill the killer.
Well,
You can
that
only
would be the
escape.
quest.
Well, so you can only escape, which does make sense for her to be, because she wants to escape, right? But, oh, what about a character that could do both? Survivor and killer. Dear Dead by Daylight, please. Thank you
Interesting.
so much.
One, you could go the other way. You could have it so that the protagonist, Long Quiet, is the killer, and like their ability is they actually alter the survivors. Like they're basically kind of imposing
Ooh.
princess forms onto the survivors to give the survivors various disadvantages at various points.
Oh, that's
Hear me out.
fun.
Give us a budget of about $2 million, and we'll have a really weird Dead by Daylight situation going on.
That is way too little money for that, Abby.
I don't have.
Okay, yeah, hear me out. Give me a budget of $2 million.
Yeah, no, I agree, actually.
Yeah, you see where I'm coming from, Nicole. I think
Yeah,
we could really
yeah.
make it work, you know?
I think we could do it with $2 million for sure.
drawing around the camera is complicated. Just letting everyone know that.
Some guy on says, Goku thinks hard work and training can let you beat anyone, so I think he would lose the first fight, train a bunch, and then win the second time. Yeah, so it'd just be like a typical Dragon Ball arc.
Yeah, that's kind of every episode of Dragon Ball Z, to be honest.
Question for Johnny and Nicole. Which bit of your performances are you proudest of?
Oh, honestly, it was the last live stream.
Yeah.
That was very
doing it
impressive.
all live was like I just felt really good about it. I was like, oh yeah, that went really well.
I really wasn't thinking about the nightmare route when we selected the nightmare route for that live stream. I forgot about the mantra.
Oh, same. And then it started, and I was like, oh, well, we're in it now.
Yeah, we're in deep.
That was so impressive. Both of you were just, I was blown away. It was so cool.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else we got? Someone asks what everyone's favorite novel is, or book.
Oh, I don't know how to read.
A Clive Barker one. One of those. Sorry, it's tough. I read books. I do that.
I've got a big soft spot for House of Leaves.
I'm reading through that
that's a good
now.
one.
My
Yeah.
actual favorite book is a specific collection of M.R. James that I've had for since I was a kid. Also I'm just trying to think of I'm going through a big Junji Ito era at the moment. I was about to say phase, but it's been closing on a decade now, so era. And I think probably Uzumaki of those. Yeah, I'm gonna go with those.
I'm reading through House of Leaves now, and it's an adventure.
Mm-hmm.
I purchased it, have not opened it yet.
Oh, good
That's
luck.
where I'm at. Yeah, I was waiting till after all my travel and stuff because I didn't want to that's not like a book you bring on a plane, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
You just have to turn it around a bunch and.
Yeah, but not.
Might
at the
help if there's a
beginning.
hijacking attempt.
Yeah, what was it? What I saw a quote that was like, "House of Leaves is just infinite jest for spooky nerds."
I mean, yeah.
I think some of my go-tos. I really liked Catch-22. That one stuck with
Oh,
me.
I was like Catch-22 is really high on my list as well.
Yeah.
I've never read that.
It's
Excellent.
good. It's weird. It's very of its time and of its context, but there's a lot in there that's really fascinating and really just very, very funny.
I think for me, I'm a big Clive Barker fan, so I think it would be Books of Blood and The Hellbound Heart. Though I also really like the collection that Candyman is in, which is really interesting. It took me a while to find a copy of that one, but it was fun.
Oh,
really
I
like
didn't
the
know.
Candyman story.
So Candyman is part of like a short story collection or something?
Yeah, it's a short story, so
I
it
did
was
not
really
know
fun.
that.
Then I'm gonna
It's
give-
not called Candyman. What's
It's
it
not.
called?
It's called something else,
It's-
and I can't remember. It's in the other
Oh.
house. I can't go.
Hook
Wow,
guy.
there's a
Hook
Candyman
guy with bees.
original story. What name?
Is Sweets to the Sweet? Is that it? Maybe not. Oh,
Yeah, that
Forbidden.
sounds right.
The Forbidden.
Oh,
Or is that just the-
That's what it.
Alright, great.
Yes, the Forbidden. As runners up, I have a soft spot for Dracula. It's a great novel. And what was the other one I was going to say? I really and The Exorcist. The
That's a good
Exorcist is an
novel.
excellent book.
That is a good
I
novel.
feel like both The Exorcist and The Godfather are both books that were adapted into like all-timer great movies, and yet the books somehow remain better for me. Let's see, what other questions did I pull from that document?
Also, anytime you guys want to, I don't know if I've been going for too long, poster definitely takes time, so it's okay if we have to
Like take a break at some
take a
point.
break or like move on from this
Oh.
to the other thing. But I'm having fun, so I'm not rushing.
Good.
The shifting mound gonna show up in there.
She's up
Oh,
there.
wonderful. Speaking of, question. What inspired all of the detailed symbolism for the shifting mound? When I started writing her bits, very much started just like by writing the first time you meet her in the long quiet after you finish your first princess. The idea was, here is this like extremely vast being waking up for the first time, and she doesn't really have a grasp on too many concepts or language, and she doesn't have like a framework to operate off of outside of what you've shown her through the life of the first vessel you brought. So like an entity like that should communicate more through metaphors and symbols than kind of like a more rigid framework that, say, the narrator uses, which is like based in this physical realm. Which I know some people initially like struggled with the way that she talks. But it felt very important for her character because like so much of what she's trying to get across is like concepts that she knows she can't really ever adequately express in words. So she's just kind of desperately looking for symbols and analogies to get a point across a little better.
I remember the first time you explained the shifting mound to me. If I can tell a quick little story.
Yeah, of course
It
you
was,
can.
so my favorite thing about like working on Slay the Princess with y'all is like when we started out with just like the demo idea, it was like, oh hey Brandon, we've got like this handful of princesses, you know, they each need to be based off of this theme, whatever. So like that was all I knew about the scope of the game until we went to PAX and did the whole demo thing there. I think it was like that first night we were out doing something and you started to explain to me like the overarching theme of the game and what the shifting mound was. And I had such a internalized panic attack because I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do any music for this thing because it was such a cool idea and this big grand concept that I had no idea that that's what the game was going to be about.
And a few people mentioning in comments that they like immediately fell in love with her the first second that she talked to them, and that was like a very important other aspect of her character, where before the big climax of the game, she's really the only thing that you encounter who is exclusively kind to you. And we wanted to draw like a contrast between that and like the very grim world and these grim encounters you're running through, where it's like even the most supportive characters, like the voice of the hero, like he still disagrees with you, he still gets very stressed, and we wanted her to feel like she loved you unconditionally at all times, and we wanted the nature of that unconditional love to change when you hit the climax, because like when you hit the climax, you've seen essentially 5 perspectives, but for her, like, she's seen everything. So, like, how does it feel for her to have seen, like, almost an infinite number of permutations of reality compared to your more minimum perspective, and, like, how does that sit at odds with, you know, who you are. What order would you recommend playing the new/expanded routes in a single playthrough? I don't think there's a super strong preference. I would say if you've already played the game a lot and are mostly just coming in for the new content, End with the damsel's new chapter.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
That should be. That should be like, I don't know, the last thing you do. IMO.
And
Yeah.
close the game forever.
Um, the voice of the hero hasn't, like, exclusively disagreed with the player, but he still lives in, like... He still lives in a stressful version of reality. He's combative
Like-
in general. It doesn't...
The voice of the hero is always going to be like playing devil's advocate to whatever it is that the voice of the hero is in some ways like he's not the skeptic, but he's kind of the doubting one. Like he's the one who is never fully, because he's a hero, but he's in a situation where heroism is low key impossible. He's just like whatever you think is whatever course of action you're pursuing, he's generally the one who's like, are we sure about this?
Yeah.
Man, I think I've drawn Eye of the Needle since the game.
Beefier.
Beefier?
Always beefier. No, you're good.
No, I can't expand her any further, Tim.
She'll go off the page.
She is beyond expansion.
Oh no, don't say muscle expansion, no.
Muscles is gripping and ripping, says 3DS.
Damn it.
I'm just checking in on people's energy levels. Do we want to like take 15 or take 10 or something?
I could do that.
I'm good for whatever.
I do need to go feed my cats.
Okay.
They are letting me know this in the strongest possible terms.
I'm gonna like mute something. We'll all be back shortly.
Sure thing.
BRB.
Do this. BRB goes here. Amazing.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. I went and ate some chips. Oh, right. I have to put this on the camera. Should be on the art, probably. Okay.
How's everyone doing? Is everyone else here?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here. Sorry, when you said how's everyone else doing, I thought you were talking to the chat.
No, it's voting.
Same.
It's just that radio silence. Alright, let's see what's
Dead
up.
air. There must be a horror movie called Dead Air. That's like
There has
radio,
to
like a
be.
radio station based horror.
Oh my god, she's so muscly. I love her.
Why?
That
Man, Killer Frequencies should have gone with that title. Y'all play Killer Frequencies? I had a great
No, I
time.
haven't.
With what title? She's so muscly?
Dead
Dead
Air.
Oh, Dead Air.
Well, there's a 2009 horror
Oh
sci-fi.
my god, Johnny,
actually.
whoa, your mic.
What's up?
It exploded.
you
Is
got
everyone else
teleported
hearing
to
that?
another dimension.
Oh, you sound the same to me.
Oh wait, this is everyone. What the heck is going on? Hold on, I'm just gonna leave and rejoin the chat real quick. Whoa, okay.
Is it all good
Is
now?
it better?
Hey, can chat? Did they hear bad audio? Because our audio quality just like
Plummeted.
torpedoed. Okay, they hear
Testing,
everything
testing,
fine
testing.
except I'm quiet. Okay. Let me try just. Can I get the headphone? Try reconnecting that.
Getting mixed reports from chat.
Yeah, no, it's like
Unreliable.
our stuff is like dead. What the heck? Sorry, give me a second. If I here. Okay. Okay, that sounds good.
I'm gonna make a fan art request one day for adversary deadlifting.
Oh.
Just like, I don't know,
That's great. Here you go, Abby.
495 conventional lift.
That's it? No, she can.
Wait, I know she can do more, but how? Like, at what point will it look silly?
I mean,
She's doing
she
it for
can-
reps, Tony.
How? Okay. I think
Correct.
there is a question in
Pounds.
the there is a question in document about like whether we could power scale Slay the Princess and like let me see, because some people have done calcs and I'm gonna put this on the screen now.
Oh, she could do 495 kilos, no problem. It's not a question of what she can do, Chad. It's a
Yeah,
measure
no,
of
but
what
this
looks
is just
best in the art form.
an interesting. This is just an interesting thing to explore, I guess. So let's do window.
495
capture.
kilos is what, like 900 pounds?
Okay, so we got Discord.
Let's check that.
Chrome
How good is my gym
versus
math?
Battle Wiki. Yeah, so we can just like put this here. Because they did calculations for all the princess forms they could. And she has that feat where if you run upstairs, you like close the door and she breaks through it eventually, and that door is like, I don't know, 6 inches thick and solid stone.
That's amazing. Power and stats.
Yeah.
That's
Phenomenal.
amazing.
Now come on, where's
Slay the Princess has the best fan base ever.
People are so
yeah, that's right,
cool.
2.2. I thought it was like 1.9. It's definitely more. So it's 1,100 pounds.
Yeah, she's wall level strength and capable of killing the player in
Right.
one blow.
Wall level.
Wall
WALL.
Yeah, as
What
in,
does that mean?
well, like, she is a strength level where she can easily demolish a wall. Because, like, let me see if I can find that image. Adversary, slay the princess.
Oh yeah, it comes
break
up.
door.
It comes up almost.
The Shifting
immediately.
Mound has to be stronger than Apotheosis, right? Because the Shifting Mound can't contain Apotheosis.
Yeah, so it's like you have this part. Oh yeah, here you've got some calcs here, using pixels to estimate her height.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Oh my god. It's
So
Bad news
yeah,
for
it's
everyone.
like, so
It's not
that's like a stone
consistent.
door that she shatters. So like, you can get a vague sense of how strong she is from that. Yeah, so height calculation, she's calculated at 230 centimeters. What is that for us Americans? 7.5 feet. Assuming the door is
That's
a
about right.
normal height. But
Mommy.
the door is actually like bigger than normal there. The
Again,
force
yeah, a
that
lot
she
of things-
uses to break her chains in the first chapter would require 105 metric tons.
And she does that with one arm, yeah? Not even
Yeah,
like
yeah, just
yeah.
casual.
It's just a shame physics doesn't exist in the construct, or this maths would be really interesting.
Just undermine all the hard work.
Wow. Oh yeah, they did the one. They did one for her strength for breaking out of the earth as the apotheosis is like how
Oh,
many
God.
kilotons of TNT is that?
That's amazing.
That's so wild.
What is the bomb comparison for Apotheosis's power? That's amazing.
Johnny's answer is like the unfun but like correct one.
The layering here.
Delay.
tell you. I know that Circus Mantis, very good fan artist, is working on something similar.
Oh my god. Circus
They're
Mantis's
so
art is
good.
phenomenal.
189 days of a princess every
I
day.
can't believe.
That's
I cannot
unbelievable.
believe how much art.
The dedication.
Yeah. And it's all.
And it's
Circus
so good.
Mantis says, hello?
Oh, is Circus Mantis here? Hello.
What the fuck?
And oh god, you must be
Yeah, that's
so
right. We
tired.
see everyone's fan art. We see
Yeah.
all the things you say.
Yeah. Say weirder things, please.
Yeah, we can handle it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, their art is so good.
I'm a big fan.
I've been trying to make sure that I like every single post that they do of the Daily Princess, and sometimes I miss a day, so I have to go back and like they'll just get a spam of comments from me that are likes. I'm dedicated. I gotta like them all.
Gotta like them all. Gotta like them all.
Who's drawing? Abby is drawing.
That's me. I'm the guy who drew the stuff.
Abby drew everything in the game and everything
would
in our
be-
other game.
It would be
Question
hilarious
for
if the
Abby.
answer was anybody else.
Did the limited color palette cause any issues when creating the artwork, or did it actually make it easier at times?
Oh, it always makes it easier. Picking colors for people, it's not something that comes super naturally to me. Like, I can absolutely do gore super easily, because there is a color palette for that, and it's interesting and fun. Especially when you mix in, like, the greens and the purples and the yellows and stuff. It's really interesting. But having to pick outfit colors, having to pick hair colors, it, like, changes so much about a character. Whereas I'm just like, I want this person to have darker hair than this one. It's so much easier. So yeah, that's something I really enjoy. It's why so much of my art kind of defaults to at least like really desaturated
Evil
colors.
EMG asks, does anybody know the music in the background right now? We are playing the soundtrack to Scarlet Hollow Episode 4, composed by our very own Brandon Boone.
He's here among
It's
us.
one of the
If you
reach
like
tracks,
this
take
music,
it.
you should play
It's a good
Scarlet
track.
Hollow. Why is there color in the poppies in the thorn cabin? We will leave that to you to ponder.
Also, because red is allowed. Sorry.
We will leave that to you to ponder. All sorts of colors are allowed. We will leave that to you to ponder.
Also, it's hard to tell that they're poppies without the red.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. These are all valid.
We're no longer leaving it for them to ponder.
No, you should ponder it. Abby's answers to questions aren't canonical. Mine and mine only.
I don't get to be a part of things.
The saddest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, no, I'm sad.
I know, sounds like there's a schism brewing.
Oh no! But we're fused together on top of
I'm an
our
orthodox
cat.
abbeyist when it comes to Slay the Princess.
Let me check the old spreadsheet.
Ah, the old spreadsheet.
For Mrs. Howard, what tips can you give to a traditional artist trying to animate? I gave up a long time ago and I want to try something small.
Huh. Well, so I came about doing animation. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Sorry to derail. Let me go get some of my animation cells.
Ooh. Love animation cells. That is something I've been trying to track down for my studio. Is I want an animation cell of Majin Vegeta more than anything else in the world.
Majin Vegeta, huh? He's a right bastard, that one,
He
Brandon.
is.
Cool though. He's got the M on him.
Yeah, he looks super cool, and it's like I love the fact that Vegeta just is like like damn all of this just to become more powerful than Goku. Like, I
It's
love.
a bitch move.
Hot take. It worked though.
No, because he didn't have access to Super Saiyan 3, Brandon. If Goku decided that he wanted to humiliate Vegeta, he could have humiliated him there.
So these are
That's
my
fair.
animation cells for the nightmare sequence and the new thingy. I do it.
Oh, I
really-
love this.
It works for me, but I don't think it's good. I just tape them to my desk and draw until it looks good. So honestly, I'm not very good to go to for animation tips because I am so new to this. Like, I only learned for Slay the Princess. Anyway, here's like a little storyboard up here. I continue that a couple other places to just kind of test out what my frames are going to be. I got a lot of help from our friend Adrienne, who actually studied this in school.
Sending more people to Adrienne's inbox.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, like I just kind of drew what looked good, I guess. I can't really tell you much because I don't know how much you already know about animation. You probably know more than me. But what I do, I also just kind of add these little crosshairs so that I know where to line up the scans because I'm not using like a pegboard because it's too big for a pegboard. And I just use this vellum paper. That's it. That's all I can help you with.
Remember when Abby taught herself to animate in the middle of a gigantic project?
Yeah.
Absolutely nailed it.
Thank
Like,
you.
come on.
I do remember that.
I tried. And like it definitely like you can see where I got tips from Adrienne in the trailer. It's right after the adversary is when it gets much smoother. So anyway, a lot of that was just about arcs and making sure that like motions kind of come in waves instead of happening kind of just you have to move here, so you move here in a certain amount of frames and they're all the same spacing. Anyway, that kind of thing, the spacing and whatnot is like a fun thing to play with. But oh my god, I go insane when I'm doing animation. Like I usually get really fixated on things when I'm working on them, which is how I do like thousands of illustrations or whatever it is that I do. And when I'm doing animation though, it's like I become some horrible fixated creature, like a goblin. So yeah, I try not to slip into it too often.
It's so good.
Pyrokinesis, thank you for gifting 20 subs to the community. That's wild.
Just a quick one. I saw someone ask about using the music from the game while they're streaming or whatever. It's fine. You should never get a copyright strike for that. The way I have it set up is play it in the background or whatever, whatever you fancy should be fine. But please credit it.
Yeah, credit it. What he said. Oh, spooky music playing.
Wow, I wonder what it's from. Is it maybe
Oh my
from
God.
the video game Scarlet Hollow by the developers of Slay the Princess?
Now, see, I have to mute this and listen to what it is.
Also, tip for people on the Fury's ears going forward. She doesn't have pointy ears because that was going to be too similar to everyone else. So she has Dragon Ball ears. You know those things? Hold on, I'll draw one here. Where it's like this. And that's the ear. It's like some weird, I don't know, button. Anyway, that's what she has.
For Brandon is using the music for fan creations like animatics, okay.
Yeah, that should all be fine. As long as it's
Great.
credited, like the way I have it set up, you should never get like a DMCA or anything like that.
I think you should say no. I think you should say no to fan creations. You can only use it if you actively dislike Slay the Princess.
Yeah, you have to be an
Unfan creations
anti-fan,
only.
unfan creation. Yeah,
You don't have to be an active hater, but like, you
can
can't be a
neutral
fan.
on it. Yeah, actually, I don't want haters or fans. You have to be neutral on the game to use the music, and then you're fine.
Just completely detached.
Yeah. I can't imagine the hell I would have to go through if I had that active for all if anyone plays it on YouTube or something, it would just get flagged. That seems like a nightmare. So no, it's all good to go.
Yeah, you can only play the music if you've never played the game. Which
That's
princess
awful.
exudes the most gremlin energy? Which, and it's not even,
Which?
it's not even close.
Not even close.
For a more general question, what are y'all's tips on character writing? How do you work on fleshing out characters like Tabitha and making them feel like fully dimensional people?
Well, yeah, this is a specialty. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm very good at it, but I like doing it a lot. So just kind of giving them things that they do outside of the text, giving them things that you recognize in other people as well. Like kind of I like this person in my life because they do this thing or because they enjoy doing this thing, and just like kind of assigning them interests, basically. Like that's character writing. But then I also feel like there's also a side of it that's like personality wise, how would they react to this thing, like who are they internally, such that like their logic is such that they would make this kind of choice. Like that's also a really interesting aspect. It's a little bit more difficult, and it is definitely at the core of character writing.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just also like Abby's the one of us who likes to add like those details, but I think in general for making your characters feel real, just like constantly put yourself in their shoes and imagine how a situation would make them feel. Try and feel like the burdens they have from the past. Try and feel like the good memories that they have, and then put that all into context. Like so much of the character writing in Scarlet Hollow is looking at every interaction between a player and another character and thinking about like the 50,000 different people that player could be. And then like asking, well, how would this character respond to this question if this was what their relationship was like with the player? What
Yeah.
about this? What about that?
Like, you know, characters that have similar kind of relationships with you, but because of who they are internally, because of what you've decided who they are internally is, they might react with hostility, or they might, even feeling the same way about you as the other character does, they might just react with like a little bit of coldness, a little bit of distance. They don't necessarily give you all of the details they might otherwise, because they're a nice person instead of a mean person, or that kind of thing. Like, there's a lot that goes into it, but really at the end of the day, it's about observation, it's about observing the world around you, it's about trying to understand why people make the kinds of decisions they do. Because I think, you know, I see this sometimes, especially with horror, like a thing where people say, well, in this situation, clearly the logical decision is to not do X thing that this character does. And it's like, well, but the character made that choice because that's what the character would do. Like, not everything is just kind of a distillation of what perfect thing must happen in order for the character to seem logical. Like, an internal logic is not just there is a right answer to everything. An internal logic is who are you as a person and how does that inform your actions?
And Incredibell asks, what is this track called? It's really nice. This is At the Edge of Everything, Someplace Far Away. And Spirals in Time asks, out of curiosity, who runs the official Twitter account? I run all of our social media.
I've had enough of that.
Abby gets to
I get
not
to
do that
retire from
anymore.
it, honestly.
Isn't she so lucky?
Thanks, Tony.
Now, Johnny, you also write characters. I don't know if you have anything you want to share about your
Oh, I mean, like,
writing
you've
process.
covered most of it. Like, I think also, like, I didn't want to be like, you know, because I'm mainly here as a VA, but to my mind, the most important thing is to exist actively in the world. You know, talk to people, engage with people, watch people, like, think about real people, if that makes sense. Like, resist being sort of cynical or dismissive or lazy in your assumptions about why people do what they do.
Absolutely.
And actually, like, take time to really look at how people behave and think through why they behave, not in a way that is like about you, but is about them, if that makes sense. Like, so often we are encouraged to center ourselves even in how we assess the actions of other people, but you have to reject that and start to, like, really, like, it's put yourself in their shoes. I mean, it's a cliche, but like it is also kind of what you've got to do, and like just extending that thoughtfulness and empathy. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, you come away being like, oh, actually, they're like, you know, it's what they did is how they act is understandable. You might be like, yep, I completely see why they believe what they believe and why they act like they act, and oh goodness, what a colossal arsehole.
Yeah, it's just the reality
you
of
know?
the world that people are going to make choices that you would not make yourself or that you don't agree with, but they're going to do it. So understand
Because
why
like
they would.
that helps you write a believable asshole character.
Mm-hmm.
You know, writing a believable villain is like, it's
Yeah.
not necessarily trying to write someone who's like, oh, they are justified, but why they.
They think
It's
they're
not about-
justified most of the time, right? Even if
Yeah,
they're not.
and it's that thing of like, it's not like justification in terms of how people act and how they consider it acceptable to act is not actually an intellectual thing. You know, it is to do with how they exist in the world and how they perceive the world. And I think there is often a tendency to over-intellectualize. It's the whole, you know, as you were saying with like, oh, you know, a horror movie protagonist should act rationally, or that's not the optimum move. Like, I think there is a habit of like over-intellectualizing your character writing, whereas most people don't actually make decisions as to what they do based on thought in that
Right.
sense.
Yeah,
Like, things will just happen to you. You will just do things, and you will not understand necessarily why you're doing them, but it's important for you as a writer to understand. This is where this emotion is coming from. This is what this action is coming from in this situation, because then you can write it more realistically.
And also, like, even if you don't understand actually why people do certain things, the fact that you have noticed, you know what, when this happens, I tend to do this. I don't know why, but it is the truth. Or like, you know, you notice people behaving in a specific way, even if you don't understand why. Noticing and like marking that without judgment is very important to like then being able to bring it into your own writing.
Yeah, no, you have to have empathy for everyone, even the people you most profoundly disagree with, especially the people you most profoundly disagree with. If you want to write something that's true to reality and that has depth of character, and beyond that, you have to, extend grace and empathy to yourself. You need to understand why you do the things that you do.
Or, like you said, recognize that you do them.
Yeah. Well, recognizing that you do them is the first step to recognizing why you do them. But you need to have, awareness of yourself and others.
And the thing is, what you shouldn't then do is write all that directly into the text. I think there's a slightly irritating habit I've noticed in a lot of writing, current writing. I think I've seen it described as everyone writing in therapy speak, in the sense that a lot of character decisions are within the text. They will go through the reasons why people are acting like this, in a very sort of aware and mindful and psychologically sort of sound way. And you don't actually need to provide. You don't need to provide the reasoning within the text. As long as you know the reasoning, as long as there is the reasoning, then that will come through.
Because leaving something for a reader to kind of put together themselves, it's a satisfying little thing. It's like mysteries again, of just this character did this thing. Oh my god, it's because of this thing I know about them. And they might not even understand themselves that this is why they did this action. So it's interesting. It's fun.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got. What else do we got?
We've got each other,
Oh
Tony.
no, people are talking about the map playthrough of Slay the Princess. Look.
What's a map pat?
He's a
Oh,
YouTuber
God.
who does lore deep dives.
Okay, that's
on
all I
lore.
need to know, to be honest.
Yeah, he played Slay the Princess recently, because I think a lot of chat was asking him to do it, and just I think he was too pulled out on meta commentary and meta textual stuff to engage with the game. It's fine. It's not everyone's cup of tea.
It's the problem with so much the current focus on lore and theory crafting and we need to explain this. It's no,
It's better
you
if
don't
it's not
need to
explained.
explain art, actually. To explain art is often to hinder it in a lot of ways.
Exactly.
And I think a lot of lore also tries to cement things in a really solid way instead of looking at the text as a metaphor or just a thing that you're supposed to be able to understand instinctively or emotionally. Versus...
Yeah, because it's lore is trying to say, okay, these things are true, and it's no, none of it's true. It's made up. It's fiction. It's art.
It's almost an adjacent thing to what you were talking about in terms of just writing out these thoroughly reasoned explanations in text for why characters are doing things, where it's it just kind of removes you from the emotional heart of stuff. It feels kind of not human, and I think Slay the Princess in particular is a game that works at its best if you engage with it just on an earnest emotional level, and it doesn't work quite as well if you're immediately trying to solve the game, because the game fundamentally rejects the notion of solving it.
Because there is mystery, but it is not a mystery game.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not at the end we pull away and are and this all happened in the dream of a boy who was traumatized.
I mean, you do a bit, but that's kind of not the point. The the final sort of the final like confrontation between the mirror narrator and the player is like it is kind of like, well, here is the explanation, but that's not actually what it's about.
Right. Like,
It's about the relationship between the player and the narrator.
Right. And it's like, we made this conscious choice when you get to the mirror in the end and you talk to him, where, like, I think there's something like 50 or 60 questions that you can potentially ask over the course of that conversation. You're allowed 9 of them. And, like, pieces of him break away every time you ask something, and it's like, part of that is, I mean, these answers are here to give, like, a little bit of a structural basis for the events of the game, but, like, ultimately those answers are never going to be satisfying for your journey, and ultimately they aren't what truly matters there. What matters is your relationship with the princess and your relationship with the narrator, but relationships aren't really fact-driven in that way.
Yeah, it's like it's not a conceptual sci-fi thing where it's trying to explore this specific concept. The concept is like a structure in which to explore your relationship.
Mm-hmm. There's on that note, there's like this question that comes up on the subreddit every so often, where people like they really get hung up on, what do you mean the narrator split the cycle of life and death apart? That would be so hard to do. Give me an instruction manual, please. I must understand his power, and only by understanding his power can I decide the ethics of the situation. And it's like, ultimately, it doesn't matter how
he made a machine.
He made a machine. He's
wasn't that hard, actually.
He cast a spell. He made a deal. He thought about it, and it just happened, right? It's like all of those are. It doesn't matter. What matters is his emotional justification for doing it, and what matters is the events of the game. Like, this isn't like a like you were mentioning sci-fi. It's not like a Star Trek thing where it's like, well, we have created this sci-fi device, the construct, and this is a discussion on should the construct be turned on and can it exist?
Actually, like, interestingly, it kind of like where it does brush up against the sci-fi stuff, it is actually a little bit on the Star Trek side, because Star Trek also doesn't give a shit about how any of the technology actually works. The technology is all like
is showing, right?
Yeah, like the technology is all like a mechanism to explore a particular question.
Have you not got warp 10, Johnny?
I think you'll find that the warp 5 speed limit is still broadly in effect.
Wow, see, here my nerd cred or lack thereof is showing again.
Literally, well, so my partner and I, for the last year and a half, have been undertaking a project that we've both regretted for some time, but we persist, which is to watch all of Star Trek in strict chronological order, because there's so much time travel.
Time travel stuff. You start with the stuff in the past.
Yeah. Started with the 2 minutes in one of the Voyager episodes where they go back to the Big Bang.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was pretty rough because we had like Picard season 2 immediately followed by Enterprise, and if you don't know Star Trek, that means nothing. But they're bad. They're a real struggle.
Dang. I don't know it well enough to know that they're bad.
No, it's fine.
Those are newer ones.
I've never seen an episode.
That's older, right?
Enterprise is the 9/11 one.
Okay.
Yeah, Enterprise is the one where it's like it starts in like 1999, 2000, and it's like it's awful to watch, dreadful show, but but as a portrait of the American pop cultural psyche in the early 2000s, immediately before 9/11, fascinating.
Okay.
Because because you watch like the first 2 seasons and you're like, oh yeah, I can see how, like, 9/11 really like shaped the sort of the security state and how and it's like, no, this was all before that happened. Like, it really makes it clear that, like, the structure for what. Sorry, this is not interesting to anyone. It's
So
it's fine.
chronologically, though, that comes after the one where they save the whales.
Yes. Oh, that's a good movie.
And then I have one other question, which is, right, so it's like you have like the new movies with Chris Pine. How do you
Odd, yeah.
How do you factor
We
that
just
in?
like, technically that's a separate timeline. Like, we watched them at the point in the timeline when they would be,
So you're like
and
bouncing
they were.
back and forth between like.
Like,
that
there's
and
only
the
like
original
2 or
series?
3 of them of the alternate movies, so it wasn't a big ask, and like, it was a big ask in the fact that I think they're shit, but it wasn't a big ask time wise.
I don't want to draw the racer again.
Yeah, that's your least favorite one to draw, right?
I mean,
She's just swords.
Just swords. But it is a pattern. It is a pattern that I drew. Oh my god, I had to draw you fighting her so much. Honestly, the hardest part is her little chest piece. The structure of it is... it's all metal. I'm not good at edges.
Just draw a straight line. You're good at that.
Oh, why didn't I think of that? My god.
Think of the time you could have saved.
What else we got here? When writing the Princess Roots, which one was the most emotionally taxing to write and why? This question specifies pre-Pristine Cut, but the easy answer is Prisoner 3, which was we got into a fight where I really just wanted to cut it because I just could not keep working on it, and Abby was like, no, it has to stay in the game.
Yeah, and there was when I was editing,
Oh, you had a lot of
I
edits
had a lot
for
of
that
edits.
one,
There,
which
I mean,
they-
like,
they
you really
really
didn't want to
needed.
be writing it. We were really close to the deadline.
Yeah.
It was already going to be really complicated because she requires a lot of art effort.
So like full context, we could just be transparent here. Originally, the Pristine Cut was going to release on PC first at the end of March, which is when we released the End of Everything update. But like, as we kind of moved forward in time, that was just becoming more and more obviously impossible of a deadline to hit, to the point where it was just like, the Prisoner 3 was the last route we had to do. I was doing my math of like, we can still hit the deadline if we just go faster, and it needed more time in the oven, but maybe if we just forced it, we could.
All
do
we
it
need to
faster.
do is not sleep for 2
All we
weeks.
have to do is not
Exactly.
sleep.
It's
I mean,
so
something
easy.
I'm really bad about is like, so for most of the routes in the game for the script, it took like maybe 2 days for me to write it, but it's like there would be a 3 to 4 day period of like cooling down, because those would be like an intense 2 days of writing, like 12 hours a day for 2 days straight. So it's like I would be burnt out for like 4 days and like mulling over the ideas for a new route. And it's like, in my mental model, I always refuse to take those days of burnout where I'm not actively typing at a computer and just count them and be like, okay, well, I can do a route in 2 days, so I'll just keep doing that and it'll work out. So ultimately, it's like, that was really hard. We decided to delay the Pristine Cut, but we were like, the changes we made to the ending of the game, so that was like the shifting mound animations, and then also rewriting some of the less effective like poetry that she spoke at the end, and also extending the Unknown Together ending. We didn't want to sit on all of that being done for what would be another like 5 or 6 months until the Pristine Cut released, because it's like we knew a lot of people would play the game for the first time then, and we wanted to make sure that like they at least got the climax the way we envisioned it. So ultimately, it's like when we decided to delay, it then made sense where it's like, well, we can take some more time, and then we can sync this up with console launches, and we can sync it up with having the localizations done. So then a huge number of people who have never gotten to play the game again get to play it again, when it's popular for the first time and everyone gets to explore the new stuff together.
Yay.
Yeah,
Forgive my ignorance,
it's interesting. Like, I'm very similar in terms of like being a sprint writer by nature, and like the thing is, it's such a mental trap because you always think, oh yeah, I can write 50,000 words in a week, that's fine, and it's like, no, you can, but given that for the 3 weeks afterwards you're not going to be able to write a single word.
Right.
You're actually writing 50,000 words in a month, and that's how you need to budget it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like there's this thing too where, you know, there's this frustrating thing where there's this meme Abby and I talk about a lot, where it's like a low-res Sonic, and he's like, I want like cheaper games that took longer to make. Sorry, more expensive games
look
that are
worse.
shittier. Yeah. Sonic games.
And I'm not kidding.
Worse
Yeah, I'm not
meme.
kidding.
I'll just put it on the screen, and it's like the issue with that. Can I just? I can't just drag and drop it. The issue with that is people say that, but like no one that's no
They're
one's-
lying.
Yeah, they're lying. That's
Those
no
people
one
are already playing, you know, the cheaper games. That
Yeah, you can see it here.
enjoy.
Right, like that's no one's actual approach to stuff. So it's like you have kind of twofold pressures, right? You have like the first pressure, which is just the pressures of capitalism, right? Like we all exist, and even beyond capitalism, it's the pressures of existing in an economy, which is like everyone's subject to that. But you know, it's like ultimately we need to move at a pace where we're able to make enough money to support ourselves, support the people that we're working with, and then like have enough to move on to the next thing. So like that's a huge demand pressure-wise, right? It's like one of the reasons that we made Slay the Princess in the middle of Scarlet Hollow is Scarlet Hollow, frankly, was not hitting those demands of capitalism. Right, like at its best, and its sales were flagging at the end. We were, you know, between the two of us, taking home like maybe $50,000 a year total before paying contractors, and while working 80 hours a week, and that was going down all the time. So it's like we weren't going to make it to the finish line. But then the other pressure in any creative field, like especially the games industry, is just that like everybody is very anti-capitalist until like capitalism is the mechanism that creates the stuff that gets them through the day and that they want. So there's like all of these very intense, like, you know, online community-driven pressures that are pushing stuff to come out faster. And it's usually like a slim number of things, but I saw a game that announced the delay the other day because the team was crunching too hard, and it's like the majority of the responses were mad at them. It's like, how dare you make me wait like 4 months? And it's like, the developers care about this a lot, and they have to wait 4 months too for people to see it, and they've been working really hard.
And of course, then there's a worry of just like people who delay, as people who've had to delay. Oh man, is that ever?
I mean,
choice?
I could just be frank and
Sorry,
mention
everyone.
that. No, it's good. Like, we get a lot of impatient people on Steam about the 5th episode of Scarlet Hollow taking so long, and like we did have to do something to secure our studio's position financially in the meantime. But the script of the 5th episode of Scarlet Hollow is like 400,000 words long. It takes a long time to write that. It takes a long
That's
time.
too long, Tony.
It's, I mean, right? But we went into a project that, because of the way we approach choices, has exponential scaling in its length. I think episode 5 is going to be the longest by a bit. Like maybe 7 will be comparable. But like, you know, the expectation of how do you, you know, how are you taking like multiple years to turn around a 400,000 word long script with like probably 1,000 to 2,000 illustrations in it is wild. I mean,
I've got a suggestion. I've got a suggestion for you, Tony. Right. So the end
Don't
of
read the
episode
Steam
6, the end of episode 6, turns out time loop. So for episode 7, you just do episode 1 again.
Ah, there we go. You fixed it, and then people will be like, "We loved that in Slay the Princess, so we love it here too."
People
Yeah.
love time loops.
They do. But yeah, gosh, I mean, Steam forums are bad places, but like, sorry, I'm just venting about the Steam forums now.
Sorry, I just saw someone in the chat go infinite content glitch. I'm like, yes.
There was someone who was mad at us that we like had a wedding this year, because in their eyes, time we were spending on our wedding, like planning it, was time we could have spent working on Scarlet Hollow instead. Like, legitimately mad at us, trying to make it a morality thing, and it's just like, wow, man, what?
Anyway, so sorry, like, to complain. We love people who are fans of ours. We really appreciate people enjoying our work.
Yeah, and like 99.99% of the community for both of our games is amazing and supportive, and we are very grateful for all of you. But I just
But we sure do get some messages.
I think it's important every now and then to like pull back the curtain and let people see the horrors that lurk beyond making things in public spaces.
The thing is, being a fan is in and of itself a neutral thing. It is neither positive nor negative. What it is a force multiplier. So the folks that you really like in your community that are really good and engage with your stuff in a good way, if they're a fan, brilliant. That's so much better than otherwise. If they are difficult and a fan, that can go bad.
Yeah, and let me also stress, please do not go to the Steam forums and search any of this out and engage. Please do not dogpile. Like, this is just
Tony just
expressing
had to do
something.
a little bit of getting it all out there.
Yeah. And it's like, and I will say with Scarlet Hollow too, is given the size of episode 5, which is, it's like twice the size of episode 4. I did the math, and had we somehow been able to just keep only working on that project, which in episode 4's development and 3's development, a lot of our time had to go into things like trying to figure out marketing stuff and fundraising stuff and all this other stuff. We, episode 5 maybe would have been done this April. It's just, I don't know how. I mean, we turned around the other episodes in 9 months because they were only 200,000 words long.
Baby stuff.
But
that's
there's a
barely
limit to
2 novels.
Yeah.
It's barely 2 novels. The game, as it stands right now, is 580,000 words, so barely longer than all of the Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit.
Baby stuff.
Anyways, sorry to vent, community.
Yeah, thank you all for your patience.
But I assure you, we care deeply about both of our games and are hard at work on both of them. Other questions? Oh, I have to go into the Google form. Oh. Let's see. Question for Tony/Abby. What is the reason behind establishing that the game is a love story at the beginning instead of leaving it to the interpretation of the players? One thing is to create uncertainty, because right before it says it's a love story, it talks about how horrifying it is and look at this list of content warnings. A lot of what we do in the early parts of the game is about setting you on your back foot and trying to get you to the point where your heart opens up and you're forced to engage more emotionally with the game. If you know what something is, you get or you think you know what something is, you tend to get closed off, you tend to get overly confident that the perspective you already have is correct, and then, you know, you just see things that further strengthen that perspective.
Yeah, I feel it's something we really learned with Scarlet Hollow, which is just like figuring out what to say in order to prepare people to experience something the way we intend them to. Of just like making sure you know this isn't just a horror game where you're supposed to actually figure out how to slay the princess, unless that's what you want to do, in which case we give you the option. But to also show you that that's not the sole intent, which also should be like, it's somewhat apparent because the narrator already feels kind of untrustworthy from the beginning, but just kind of inserting that little bit of extra doubt to make you kind of decide that you can make different choices than what the game might seem to be telling you to do. Because we've also definitely heard from some people who hear the narrator say that and are like, well, sounds pretty bad. I better just go take care of that. And then they do. And then they close the game and that's it.
I also think, like, sometimes when you write things, you just play with ideas and then, like, something feels right. And, like, I think the text on that splash screen was something that came about very late in the development process, but it was something where it was like, as soon as I wrote it, like, it felt right. Like, yeah, you can almost feel it in your spine and then feel it settle into you that it's like, this is what it's supposed to be. Then I shared it with Abby, who was like, oh yeah, that kicks ass. And then we put it there.
Wow, this has been a lot of serious ones. Let's get a silly one in here.
I want to add one other thing too, where it's like, there's also a thing where, because of the way people engage with content and like stories and stuff, like some people might have, you know, gotten to the it's a love story conclusion at some point, but there's all sorts of different kinds of love stories, and when we put that splash screen together, the intent was like to give a certain amount of seriousness to it, a weight to it. This isn't, you know, I don't want to say something that makes me sound like one of those developers that like gets mad at dating sims for existing, because I think they're great. I love all visual novels, but it's like, you know, there's a dating sim which has like this casual feel to it, and there is a romance story. And we wanted this to come across as a romance story. Oh yeah, I guess you're showing the new Moment of Clarity design.
Oh, oopsie daisy.
No, it's fine.
You want me to stop?
No,
I mean,
it's
it's too
okay.
late now. Should we switch over soon? I still have Den, Wild, Apotheosis, and Shifting Mound.
Well, let's see. Team,
How it's looking so
how are you feeling? So what? That's maybe like another hour for you to get those?
Maybe hour tops. Like it could be less. I'm not sure. 'Cause this is a lot. So.
Brandon and Nicole specifically. Sorry, not Brandon. Johnny and Nicole specifically. How are your energy levels still? Like are we good with another half hour to
feeling
hour of
great.
art before we start playing the game?
I'm so good with that.
Okie dokie.
Great.
Like, low intensity Q&A is not desperately draining, so
Yeah, no, I figured. Like, I always start flagging on a live stream after 2 hours. I had some Red Bull today, so I'm a little more energized. But I just like to check in, make sure everyone's hydrating and stuff like that. Magia says, if I wanted to get a tattoo of art from Scarlet Hollow or Slay the Princess, if folks are wondering for themselves, is that okay? And is there a way to give you some money, like a tattoo ticket? One, that's totally okay.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you're happy with the tattoo, we're happy that you're getting it, and you really don't have to pay us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are free to do as you wish.
Also, shout out to Magia. What's up, Magia?
Yeah, what's up, Magia?
Oh, also there have been a few, like I get some of these on Tumblr as well, but just like general questions about like how do I go about designing a different princess for something, like kind of actual design wise versus like personality or anything. And I don't fully know. Like some of them I can kind of trace, and some of them I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna keep working at this until it looks right, and then some of them I like pull directly from like fables or myths or just kind of popular imagery, especially with fairy tales for this one. The thorn is probably the one where I can understand the most where she came from, but even then it's like weird little connections that I made myself that I'm not sure other people would. Like when I first floated the idea for a witch chapter 3 for this route, it felt kind of like she has to do penance for betraying you just as you had to do penance for betraying her, so it kind of felt a little bit like Thorn imagery was good because of the Seven Swan story, I think is what it's called, is like the one where I first was like, for some reason, I would like this to be like the Seven Swan story, where she has to knit like sweaters for all 7 of her brothers who were turned into geese, but she has to knit them out of thistles. Anyway, so that's where that imagery came from, and then from there it was just, who even knows, the design process.
Outside of your own work, thank you for that qualifier, what are your favorite video games? Brandon, you've been quiet a long time. Let's go with you first.
Oh God, like of all time?
Yeah, I don't know. Give me like a walk us through. We want to do top 3 or top 5?
Top 3.
I think my default's kind of boring because like it was
Give
so
us boring.
Okay, the most impactful games for me as a child were Final Fantasy VII and Ocarina of Time. I feel like that's the answer for a lot of people. More recently, though, I will say Little Nightmares. And I know Tony's heard me talk about this.
Oh, you love Little Nightmares.
I love Little Nightmares. I'm actually getting ready to play it again this year. It's like, a nice little Halloween game. But I don't know what it is. Little Nightmares has been my favorite game of the past, I don't know, maybe 5 years or so. It's one of my all-time favorite soundtracks. I've actually reached out and talked to the composer Tobias a little bit about it. He's an awesome guy. It's just, it's a great little puzzle game. I love spooky side-scrollers.
Great. Nicole.
I was paying attention, but then I forgot what the question was while I was.
Video games?
Oh, favorite video game?
You can't say Slay the Princess and you can't say Scarlet Hollow because we know those are your 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
You won't reveal to chat.
Probably Hollow Knight is one of the highest ones
Hollow
up there
Knight
for
is
me.
So good.
And Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, I love too. But Hollow Knight is a beautiful, amazing game. I love that game so much.
Johnny, you got some favorites?
Oh God, how long you got? So
I
like
be done with this. So
yeah, I mean, I'll echo Brandon about Final Fantasy VII being like deeply formative for me. Recently, I've come to the sad conclusion that Darkest Dungeon, the original, is maybe my favorite game. Just because I keep ending up playing it more, and I don't feel good about that because it feels like it feels like I've fallen for a trick somehow because it is so specifically targeted to me. Yeah. Also because I don't actually necessarily think it's as great a game as all that, but Disco Elysium also recently absolutely blew me away. The Resident Evil franchise is unfortunately stapled to my soul for my sins. I used to play that with my dad when I was a kid. And the walkthrough to the first few levels of Resident Evil 2 that I picked up in a PlayStation magazine when I was like 9 or 10 years old is one of the earliest. Like I was so scared because it had all this like formatting and like little pictures of like blood splatters and like handprints and all this sort of thing. And I read that walkthrough like it was a horror story, and I was like, ooh. So yeah, unfortunately, Resident Evils are also
everyone at Mention
in
of
there.
Disco Elysium is asking if we've read that one fic. Do you know about that fic, Johnny? The Slay the Princess
Is there
Disco
a
one?
Slay the Princess?
And it's formatted in Disco
Uh-huh.
Elysium style. I've seen bits and pieces
Ah,
every now and
yeah.
then. It's very
I
funny.
can imagine that works really
I think
well.
it's longer than Slay the Princess, the Pristine Cut at this point. It's like 250,000 words.
That's.
Oh.
I'm gonna be real. That's too long. That's too long. Trim that shit. Also, but like just anything on the GameCube. GameCube was very much like remains the console. I'm like just every game a banger. Eternal Darkness especially, I think, underrated.
That's great. Abby, how about you? I've decided I'm going last.
Oh. I don't know what video games are.
Abby doesn't know what video games are.
I play Dredge a lot.
So, are you familiar with a computer, Abby?
Don't. No, it's scary. That sounds like something a
Okay,
wizard
I mean,
would
I know
make.
the ones you like. So you like Dredge a lot. You really like Soma
Oh yeah,
and
What Remains of
Detention and
Edith
Devotion
Finch.
and What Remains of Edith Finch.
Yeah, okay. Okay, those are my games.
Those are all great ones.
Undertale is the one that made me start.
That was
playing
the first
games.
game you
That was
played.
the first game I ever played.
Undertale's great. So for me, I feel like my all-timer is Disco Elysium. It's like one of the few things where just like as a writer in games, I feel like uncompetitively pressured by it. Just like aspirational. Another one that I will shell endlessly is Perfect Tides, which is made by our friend Meredith. Who does the webcomic Octopus Pie. It's a coming-of-age story about a young girl growing up in an ocean town. It is absolutely brilliant. Just incredibly powerful work about grief. Meredith is, besides like the Disco Elysium crew, I feel like one of the few people I can point to, and I'm just like, wow, I am just pressured by your existence as a writer, because like every single line that she writes finds a way to like cut through straight to the core of the human experience. And it's like she's gotten even better for the second game, which there's just a demo up for it right now. I've played more than what's in the demo, and it's so good. Just like absolutely astounding stuff. But something that's amazing, so like the Perfect Tide games are almost like Sierra style point-and-click adventure games, where you explore environments, you talk to characters, you like solve some light puzzles, and it's like normally when you look at things in the backgrounds of those games, it's like, well, there's some flavor text, but it's kind of filler. And I remember it's like booting up the demo for the sequel, and it's like, I examined this bookshelf and now I want to cry because of like 2 lines that were specifically written about a couple things on it. She's just so good. Anyways, if you own Scarlet Hollow, or if you don't, there's a bundle with Scarlet Hollow and the first Perfect Tides available on Steam, so you can get both games at like 10% off with a combined discount that stacks on other things. Highly, highly, highly recommended. I talk about that one every opportunity I get. What's y'all's favorite places to interact with the community? Right now, for me, it's Blue Sky, which is like if Twitter wasn't toxic and was a lot dorkier. Fun place to follow us there. That's going to be our main posting platform.
I like Tumblr. I never left. I love it there. People are strange there, and I like to see it.
Tumblr crew represent.
Yeah, Tumblr.
Tumblr's fun. I like getting asks and looking at them and being like, hello.
It's always felt so low pressure to me, and I
Yeah.
really appreciate. I can just do whatever I want there. People won't be like, why are you posting this? Because you know what I used to get on Twitter when I would post anything? Why are you posting this? And it's like, I thought I was supposed to.
What is Scarlet Hollow about? Yeah, I'll practice my pitch because it still sucks. Scarlet Hollow is about coming home to a home you've never been to and kind of dwelling in the consequences of the actions of people who came before you that you've never met.
That's sick.
It's a horror game. It takes place in Appalachia. Your family used to run or they still run, a coal mine. And your mother ran away from the town when she was pregnant with you and cut you off from the family. But she's dead by the time the story starts. And then her sister, your aunt, dies. And your cousin, the only family you have left in the world, finds a way to contact you and asks you to come to town for the funeral. So you do that. Oh yeah, Scarlet Hollow has Doomed Yuri and Toxic Yuri. I don't think we have much on the yaoi side of things. I mean, like, if you play as a male character, then you've got a lot of all the types of yaoi. Yeah, like, tonally I think our games are similar in that they deal with a lot of, like, existential heavy themes. They are blends of horror and dark comedy, but like Scarlet Hollow is very grounded in like the physical world, whereas So the Princess is a lot more metaphorical and introspective. Like there's plenty of symbolism in Scarlet Hollow, but like you are the ground you walk on in Slay the Princess is literally symbolic. So, you know. We'll Slay the Princess, Pristine Cut. The Pristine Cut is launching at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. This is because that is when Steam's discounts for the day cycle into the discounts for the next day. And we are launching it with a Steam discount so that, one, everyone gets like an email from Steam who has it wishlisted when it goes live, and then also like we're not running a sale before it goes live. This is really optimized around getting a bunch of people to play it for the first time when it drops. Asking about where the design inspiration for the tower came from, other than the size, which is like a little more obvious. I mean, she's like angelic in a terrifying way because you worship her. I believe one of the directions we gave Nicole for her was that part in The Lord of the Rings where Galadriel gets scary, and much like Nicole cried about never seeing JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I believe she cried about never seeing Lord of the Rings then. But
it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I have since seen the first one.
Okay, so you now know exactly what we were referencing.
Yeah.
Let's see. Someone's asking about this track. I think this is just Spotify. Flowed into at least something else that Brandon did. Brandon is AFK, I think. But it's from his album. It's
I think this track
called Madman.
Madman. Yeah.
So it's not Pray Pray.
Not Pray Pray, Nicole. I'm sorry. I think Madman is on. It's a single, but it's also on Nightfall 2 or something like that.
I'm just playing some stuff from your catalog.
I'm here for it. As long as it's not track 28 from the Pristine Cut, we're good.
Find out tomorrow what Brandon is referring to.
Tomorrow, everyone will
Do
understand this.
Scarlet Hollow and Slay the Princess take place in the same universe? I didn't
Look,
wonder.
if they
I
did,
mean,
they would take
does it?
place-
The only actually here, I'll word of God confirm a fan theory. Whoever was posting on the subreddit the other day about Slay the Princess taking place in the Arkham Asylum game universe, that's the correct one. This is actually
I did see that. I did see that.
this is actually Arkham expanded universe. If lawyers from Warner Brothers or DC or whatever are watching this,
Then I will
facetious.
testify.
My lawyer is in my earpiece right now telling me to nuke the stream and destroy the VOD before anyone can clip it.
Lawyers in chat.
It's fine. I'll turn on Tony in a dime. I'll testify. Don't even need a bribe. I'll just do it for the love. For the love.
For the love of the game.
Love the game, yeah.
Well, there are 17 new tracks of music in the DLC for Slay the Princess. And then there's also a bunch of tracks that are also getting the live orchestral treatment somewhere that didn't get it earlier. The Unknown Together now has live piano in it, which is really exciting. You will also be able to access the orchestral versions of the main song and the damsel in the gallery, but not in the game. We're very particular about what tracks get sort of the live music treatment and which ones don't. Important for the vibe.
For what it's worth, I'm also going to tomorrow. I'll release on my Bandcamp only because it's just gonna be too much for Spotify. I think. I'm gonna release all of the unreleased tracks that I wrote for the game. There's about 50 of them that didn't make it into the game, so that'll be on my Bandcamp. It's kind of like a little if you want to support me kind of thing. You can get all this extra stuff.
And then both of those are dropping with the game tomorrow. Yes, 1 p.m. Brandon?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, at the same time.
Yes, there will be new backgrounds in the supporter pack. Abby, you're almost done putting those
I'm
together,
almost
right?
done, yes.
Cool. Yeah, so those will be there tomorrow. Thorn does not get new stuff. I think things that change, Den, Fury, Apotheosis are all significantly expanded. Moment of Clarity is redesigned. The Eye of the Needle, apparently I used the wrong art in the wrong order for when you fight her, so her fight is going to be tighter, the one where you take her outside, and then specifically if you lure her out on the skeptic path, there's a little bit of an extension to that to make it feel like, I don't know, a more complete end for her arc compared to it's just the same as the Hunted luring her outside. And then there are new chapter 3s for spawning off of the Spectre, the Damsel, and the Prisoner. And then there is a new ending. Hard to get, but I'm sure people will figure it out pretty quickly. It's hard to get, but it's signaled.
Oh yeah, that one's gonna be a little tough.
I do want to stress, I have a feeling that some people are going to be oh, this is the hardest thing to get, so it's the true ending. There is no true ending. This was just exploring a different thing.
And it has some of my favorite art that I
Had
have
some
drawn
really
for
good
the
art in
game.
it.
That's your reward.
Aggie Fenedict says, "Can I just say how much it matters to me, and I'm sure many others, that Witch has body hair?
Oh,
Women
yeah.
often get shamed for that, and I actually cried seeing it.
Oh, that's
She
wonderful.
is fluffy."
Yes. If you're gonna do a cat girl, in particular, women have hair anyway, but goodness gracious, a cat girl would have even more.
Someone asks, will the gallery take into account previous gameplay? The answer, unfortunately, is no. I know that's very frustrating for some people. There's a couple things for that. I know the skip functionality in RunPy like is able to know if a line's been seen before, but there is no way for me to directly query that. So I can't use that. And then the closest thing we have is using achievement data from Steam, which doesn't map one-to-one with the gallery, but it also opens up this hole where it's just like, it would be a lot of lines of code that I would not be able to test, and like I would rather just not even try and sync things than to have a sync just like break someone's gallery or have unexpected behavior with the game. Unfortunate, but again, we like didn't have a gallery in mind when we started work on Slay the Princess, so we couldn't really retroactively do anything about it. Someone asked why Witch is Cat Girl. Fun.
Oh, it's actually also one of those things where I'm like, I don't think anyone else would ever make this connection. There's this one story I read as a kid where it was like a fairy tale. Kids were threatened with their mother being replaced by an old witchy lady with glass eyes and a wooden tail. And for some reason, forever, I have always just associated this with witches. Like, cattish glass eyes and wooden tail thing of like, well, why would she have a tail in the first place? Witches must just be like that. Anyway, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that story.
Ideally, this poster.
Witches do be like that.
Yeah.
They're just like that. They
So
have
ideally,
stuff.
this poster will be available to buy before Christmas. We still have to figure that out with Topatico, but you know, we'll see how quickly this can be turned around. Other questions? When does it drop? 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So that would be 20 and a half hours from now. Two folks trying to squeeze more details out of me for how to get the new ending. No. I know Cher. Will the Pristine Cut be released separately from the base game, or will it be released as DLC? Neither. The base game is being replaced with it. So it's like, functionally, if you own the game on Steam or GOG, it will be patched. The store page and the name of the game in your launcher will change to Slay the Princess, the Pristine Cut. You don't have to do anything about it. And then on Steam, if you want to revisit, prior versions of the game, the release version before the end of everything update is like up as a beta branch on Steam, and we will be moving the current version of the game up to yet another beta branch, so you can still go back and look at it. On PC tomorrow, I believe we are also launching on itch.io finally, so if you're an itch head, you can pick up the game there, and that'll just be the Pristine Cut. And I believe we will also be launching on the Epic Games Store if you're a Fortnite head. And then
An itch head, otherwise known as a sufferer of lice.
Yeah. And then we're also going to be launching at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on Nintendo Switch, PS4 and 5, and Xbox One and up. I know things were optimized for the PS5 and the Xbox Series S versus the 1 and 4, but they are playable on both of them. We are not replacing any assets for like Chapter 1 with new assets in the Pristine Cut.
I just can't replicate that style anymore. Plus, you're done.
The art book have potential lore info or new information not explored in the game. It'll have kind of concept info in there, but this isn't the sort of thing where it's like, we think giving concrete answers to questions is interesting or elevates the art, so we probably won't be doing things like that. We'll just talk about our thought process.
There may be some stuff that's revealed accidentally that we don't know you don't know. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So, it'll be worth picking up. The art book will be sometime next year. We're not sure yet. We still have to lay it out, which we'll probably be doing over the holidays. You're getting there, Abby.
Yeah.
Can Ahmad put a link to the art book in chat? It should be on the Serenity Forge store. Being asked if there's a chance for the art book in the EU. I don't know. I am sure that's something that Serenity Forge is looking into. But when we have an answer, we'll share an answer. We are aware that like international shipping and import taxes and all of these other things are murder. So we're trying to do our best to walk a line where like people are able to get good deals on things, but then also we don't just like lose money. That was like part of the motivation for what languages we were translating the game into as well, where it's like localizing a 200,000 word script, which is about the length of Slay the Princess, is very expensive and time consuming. So we kind of did some number crunching, figured out what languages in more conservative scenarios for this release would like at least break even, and then we went with those. Yeah, we did do a lot of languages, but we have also been asked if we can additionally do languages that would probably lose us a lot of money. Like, I know some folks were hoping for a Dutch localization, and as much as we want to make the game accessible to as many people as possible, like, I think we ran the numbers on that, and we probably would have lost, like, a lot of money. Like, probably, $10,000 to $20,000. How do you get the idea to make Slay the Princess? We were exploring when we realized that like kind of making a gamble and doing a second game would be potentially like a more effective marketing strategy than our previous one, which was have long conversations with publishers that didn't go anywhere or post a lot. It was just an idea that we had very early on, exploring the idea space of like, what is a smaller game with a more limited location that would be less art heavy than Scarlet Hollow that we could zero in on. So I had an idea for a horror situation where it's like you're, with very vague information, tasked to execute this prisoner in a basement who you're not given complete information on because she could turn into whatever you believed her to be. That was like super interesting on a surface level, and then Abby immediately noticed like a kind of thematic like perpendicularity to saving a princess.
Yeah, like a classic video game, especially, of just like, go to this place and rescue this princess. Instead of that, it's go to this place and murder this princess. It's just kind of again, it's just one of those things. Just a connection that people make sometimes.
Yeah, so like that was cool. Like from there, Abby suggested, we could call it like Save the Princess, is like a kind of ironic thing. I realized that Slay the Princess was like an off-rhyme, did a quick Google search, saw that nothing was really coming up. I was like, that's a really good title. I guess we're locked in. Question for Abby, are the design parallels between Fury and Wounded Wild intentional?
There's actually quite a bit of heart imagery, I want to say, that I use throughout it. Like the Razor also, of course, has the heart inside her chest. So I think it's just kind of a thing where I decided at a certain point that the princess lives in her heart. And so that's like her... Wait, that seems like something that seems like deep lore or something. Just like consistently for my internal design process of just like emphasis on her heart being an important aspect of the princess.
I mean, the shifting mound describes vessels as hearts.
Yeah.
In her go-to language.
It's just something that kind of like naturally evolved. So yeah, and of course, anytime it's just like she feels like she's been torn apart. I think it just felt like she had bared herself to you in some capacity, and so you could see her, but there was like a ragged wound around it that made her upset. It's just kind of how it feels.
And then Vixie Just the Fox asks, are you open to talk more about your development process? How do you split the game dev tasks? How do you find your wonderful voice actors and musician? Love a peek behind the scenes. So we kind of have like almost opposite tasks writing-wise for Scarlet Hollow and Slay the Princess. On Scarlet Hollow, Abby writes the first draft of things first, and then I get that first draft and I put it into the engine, do my additions, do my edits. I like to say a big part of my writing on Scarlet Hollow is interactivity focus, so really fleshing out dialogue options. Generally, like in Abby's draft, there's like a kind of singular relationship between a player and another character, so like I'll add a lot of the gradation of here's how this version of Tabitha feels about you, here's how that version of Tabitha feels about you. And then, like, while I'm doing that, kind of, I'll finish a scene, I'll make a sprite list for Abby, she'll put the assets together, we build that, we send it to testers. And then for Slay the Princess, because we were writing the scripts for Scarlet Hollow Episode 5 and Slay the Princess in parallel to each other, it was like she was working on Scarlet Hollow, I was working on the first draft of Slay the Princess. When I had, like, a significant chunk of Slay the Princess done, she would take a break from writing Scarlet Hollow and edit that, and then I would put sprite sheets together while she was still working on Scarlet Hollow's script, and then we would sort of put that all together. Where folks like Brandon, Johnny, and Nicole work into that, first of all, you were asked like where we found them. Abby had done album art for Brandon, and I think had met him through like the No Sleep podcast ages ago. Mm-hmm. She really liked his music, so she reached out when we started working on games, and that's how we got started. For Nicole, I remember specifically, she streams a lot. You should follow her on Twitch and hang out in her streams. And mods, if you want to put a link to her Twitch channel and chat, you should do that.
Thanks, Mods.
A shout out. I don't know how Twitch works. But,
and I was already just lurking in their basement, so it seemed like a just a natural fit.
But yeah, so Nicole streamed Scarlet Hollow, and we thought she voiced all the characters, and we thought she did a really good job. And she just like kind of had a natural instinct for like the rhythm and tone that we wrote dialogue. So we just made a mental note of like, oh, we'll reach out if we do voice acting for some future project. And then I think as soon as I wrote like a sassy narrator who was already like just accidentally British coded for like the earliest draft of Slay the Princess's demo, Abby was like, I know who we need.
What if?
This is profiling.
But yeah, no, it was, and then she realized that you were like Twitter mutuals. So we just DM'd you.
Yeah. And the rest is history in a gradually expanding scope.
Yeah.
Alright, maybe I'm getting tired at this point. Maybe we can switch
Oh, but
over.
you're so close. It's just the shifting mound, right?
This is true. Just the shifting mound.
Because then you can
No problem.
then you can do a zoom out, and it'll be great. Yeah.
We believe in you, Abby.
Thank you. As long as I'm not holding anyone else up, I can keep going forever.
Some people have questions about like how characters are coded in our works, but specifically Slay the Princess. And something I always like to say when we get those questions, and like, oh, did you mean for this character to be read that way or this way, is ultimately I like to think of what we made as a very complicated mirror. But ultimately, it reflects back at you what you project into it. And because it's a really complicated mirror, you don't necessarily notice that it's a mirror until you're done looking, if ever. So you get a pretty clear picture of yourself in there.
Otherwise known as art.
Wow.
Wise guy over here.
Sorry, somebody ordered a sassy Brit, I think.
Someone in chat says, one way to call us all gay. I believe you called yourself gay.
I am rubber and
You are glue, right?
That's
Yeah.
Princess.
I'm rubber and you are gay. I mean glue.
Did any outlets get review copies of the Pristine Cut? Yes, and we embargoed reviews until release tomorrow because we didn't want spoilers floating around. The thing when you're making a narrative game like this is like everything is spoilers, so we have to keep a tight lid on things.
Sorry. Do you have any idea how many times I've had to draw this woman?
Yeah, I can count
so
in the
many
files.
times.
Probably like a few hundred.
There's a new animation of her in the Pristine Cut.
Once complete, do you think Scarlet Hollow will get a physical console release like Slay the Princess, or at least a console release in general? I like
Oh my gosh, she's naked.
to...
I totally forgot my own character's naked.
Yeah, I like to hope so. I would say prior to Slay the Princess, like, Scarlet Hollow was not quite in a position where it could financially justify the cost of those things, but its sales have picked up considerably since Slay the Princess was first announced.
Thanks, the Princess.
I think it's like we can directly attribute something like 90% of Scarlet Hollow's lifetime sales to Slay the Princess existing, and maybe 85%. Wahoo! Thank you for gifting 10 subs!
Thank you.
We love your art. Impace asks, Tony, you said the gallery doesn't recognize old saves, but the Pristine Cut does, right? Like, I could just skip through the game and it stops at all the new lines? Yes, that is correct. The exception would be any lines that were edited at some point. I don't think we made too many major edits to pre-existing stuff, but like, if, for instance, a typo was caught, especially before the localization process, fixing that typo would like toggle off the part where RunPy recognizes that you've seen it before.
Oh, she looks so much like the Little Mermaid here. What did I do? I suppose she's a princess, so.
To Abby, on the topic of drawing tips, do you have any tips on drawing the tower? I know it entails a lot of forced perspective. Do you have any other tips beyond those? At least one of the things I observed is that compared to other princesses, she's drawn with significant care for more realistic anatomy, but I want to hear from the artist herself.
Yeah, she becomes kind of more grown-up looking. There she is. So, like, her features are a lot more kind of, like, standard while still maintaining a cartoony look. So, yeah, she basically is, like, the grown-up version of this. Is how it feels to me. That's how she was drawn. I think that's probably the only tip I can give.
Bob
The rest
Hurst
would require more introspection.
asks, someone might have asked this before, but was behind the changes to this Stranger Princess throughout development? This was asked before, but it's a pretty common question, so like I'm happy to answer it again. Mostly just like what we were working with was not fun to write. It didn't really explore the themes we wanted to explore in a meaningful way. I think Abby came up with the way of describing the demo last year 2 years ago? Jesus. As that was kind of like interactive concept art.
Yeah.
You were looking at the earliest ideas that we were playing along with, but sometimes, You know, you have concept art and it looks cool from one angle, and then you realize it's not cool from another, or implementing it wouldn't work, so you throw it out and move on. So it's like I think there's this misconception in the fandom that a lot of people think that we had a lot more planned for like that version of the Stranger, or like anything else in the demo at that point, and we like scrapped a lot of stuff, versus we put that there as an idea, and then when we came back to it later, we were like,
Yeah,
this
like,
idea was cool at first glimpse, but it kind of sucks. Let's do
they'll
something
ask
else.
us what it was going to be, and it was never going to be anything. It was going to be whatever we then wrote it to be, and it didn't wind up coming to fruition, so...
Pitt asks a pretty common question: is it possible to get the collector's edition without a physical game copy? Wants the stuff in there, doesn't have a console or want the physical. Unfortunately, like these are rules for when you sell like a physical version of a console game. So like the actual console makers like Nintendo or Sony or Microsoft, like they have a rule that's just like, you can't offer you can't offer things in like a physical edition that people can buy elsewhere. It has to be exclusive to that edition. I think that's like because they extend a license to like make physical things for their systems, which is like their intellectual property. So they want it to be kind of special when you're selling that, because otherwise, like, who's going to buy physical games? You're just going to buy them digitally, and then they'll get a slimmer cut. If you have friends, you can always just gift them a copy and then keep the other stuff. But we also understand that like the collector's edition is a like big expensive box, and it's not targeted for everyone, which is why we have a ton of much cheaper merch. Like you can get that very cool optical illusion keychain of the Spectre princess for like $15. We've got like some $10 sticker sheets. There will be 2 more sticker sheets with spoilers on them that come out after the Pristine Cut releases. I think like maybe next week or something. Yeah, it's like the console thing is a little weird, but it makes sense when you think about, you know, them as multinational corporations that have interests to protect. Like, they didn't get multi-billion-dollar market caps by letting people do whatever. Tony, you mentioned accessing older versions of the game through the beta systems that include the demos. I would personally be interested in looking back into older ideas and how they evolved over time. That is not true for demos. We probably long-term are going to take the demo down on Steam just because it isn't localized, and that might be confusing for players in other languages. But the original version of the demo and the current version of the demo are live on itch.io right now, and they will be live forever, so you can always go there and download those and check out how the ideas evolved over time. Everest Scale asks, on the topic of the Collector's Edition, is there a way to buy the EU version in the US? I'd love to get Collector's Edition, but I can't afford the US one. Yes, there is. If you find someone selling the EU version, you can just buy it and ship it to the US. I want to say international shipping on it was like $20 or $30. I can't remember which. You're probably going to be hit a bit on the exchange rate, and I personally have no idea, like, how tariffs or import duties would work on that. That's an area of the world that I have no expertise on. So, like, you could go that route. I wouldn't be, like, super duper surprised if then, like, it shows up and there's, like, $40 of import fees, and then it winds up almost costing as much as the US one. So proceed with caution if that's an approach you want to do. Or like look it up and get clear answers before you buy. Seeing this question a bunch. Slay the Princess have multiple alternate universes? Is it just one universe resetting over and over? There is an answer to that question in the text of the game. I'll leave that for you to puzzle out. can you tell us more about the Wraith? She's one of my favorite princesses, and it's a bit sad that she's so underrated.
Yeah, I love the Wraith. She's so fun. She has one of my favorite designs that I've done, honestly. Of just like the way that her dress situation and spine are out and whatnot. It's fun. But the Wraith was... Oh, thank you. The Wraith is something where I think her design concept came from the fact that she's a ghost you've now murdered. So she's angry with you. So, you know, that's a Wraith, all right. Wraiths are known to be scary and angry with you. Sorry if I'm not making a lot of sense at this point. As you can see from this poster, I've been doing a lot of stuff on this live stream, so I'm probably not answering questions to the best of my ability. But she's one of my favorites personally because, one, she's angry and interesting, and she's got that Jeff the Killer face going on. And I'm just a big fan of the scary princesses. I like when the princesses do mean things to you.
River of Tears asked if there are going to be hints on how to get to the new routes, or are we on our own? The gallery, this is a thing I'm super excited and proud of, is full of hints, including how to unlock princesses that you haven't met before, and how to unlock each image. So you can kind of look at the gallery as a giant 440 item long secondary achievement board. And to 100% the game, you do have to finish the gallery, which some people are going to hate me for.
A little bit.
What's that?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I personally love it, but it's gonna be so hard.
Well,
Not hard.
I mean,
It's gonna
you
take some
know,
time.
If 100%ing the game means you've seen everything, that's kind of what the goal of the gallery is. And then even when you've unlocked a princess, the way they're depicted in the gallery, when you hover them, it'll give you a secondary. It's less of a hint there and more of like a thematic descriptor of it, but you can use that as a reminder for like, oh yeah, this is this one, I vaguely remember how to get there, and you can get back to it.
Oh, sorry, about the Wraith more also. I'm interested to see how if they use different cultural connotations for the various types of ghost in particular for the translations. I guess we could figure that out ourselves with Google Translate, but still, because we had 3 ghosts. There's the Wraith, the Spectre, and the Greys, and of course those are all, the Spectre is kind of like a generic ghost, but then the Wraith is like a very particular cultural context of angry ghost who also looks scary and usually has like a shroud on, and then the Greys, of course, are probably the most difficult to translate because it's such like an English-speaking world kind of dead bride situation of just every haunted house has, and here's our gray lady. So anyway, that's all.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, I don't know, reactions to localizations for various things too. Because I can only do a Google Translate on text I've been given, which I know is it's not going to do it justice. But the localizers put a lot of really, really hard work into things, and I'm excited for so many more people to get to experience the game. You're almost there, Abby.
Yeah,
and you can zoom out.
A few more of these heads.
How do you draw these so fast?
I know, right?
Flying through it.
Thanks.
Absolutely wild.
It is both astounding and hypnotic to watch.
Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, I'm glad nobody has been bored.
No.
Yeah. There is a reason that Slay the Princess was able to been finished in the 7 months it took for its original development time, and that reason is Abby. I think the original version, it's got 4,000 images in it, and she just cranked them out. The Pristine Cut adds, I want to say, another 1,000? I don't know the exact numbers. I do remember I looked it up. So it was maybe 3,500 in the original and 1,000 in the new one, because it was roughly 35% more images too. Brandon, I believe has been deliberately muted.
Yeah, I mute myself
when
when I start taking drinks and stuff. I don't want to make a bunch of mouth noises on here. The music right
This
now, I
an
believe, is
unused
unknown for
track
Scarlet Hollow.
from
Yeah.
Scarlet Hollow.
I think it was like one of the first things I wrote for Scarlet Hollow too. It's super early
Yeah,
on.
I think the main theme, then Stella's theme, and then this.
And this will never see the light of day beyond this soundtrack, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think we're back to the. This is a good track, but I think we're back to the drawing board for some things.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryle Train. This doesn't play in the game right now.
Yeah, it was like meant to hint at the future in a certain way, but like I called it unknown because Spotify would not let me call it 3 question marks because we didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's just called unknown.
Slender Jim asks, will we ever get artwork of the Long Quiet in the forms of the different voices? I think it would be really cool to see them personified that way. That is for you to do,
Yeah,
the fans.
That's a fans thing. I also want people to know that like you can draw him however you want. I mean, I love to see different interpretations of him and like different interpretations of the voices. Like, really go nuts and don't worry about canon.
Anyway, asks, if someone volunteered to translate the game to their native language, would you officially add the localization? That depends on a lot of things. You would have to bet its quality. You would have to purchase the rights for it. I would not do that work banking on us for doing it, because there's like legal complications for doing it, and then quality, and if that's something that we kind of like outright, encourage, then like, that kind of opens us up to be resources for that. And something I do want to stress is that like, localization is a huge amount of time. I think that was the thing with the Pristine Cut that really came out of left field and punched me on the jaw, which was, I mean, localizing in 12 languages at once is like very ambitious for a game studio of 2 people. But like, and it was a lot though. Like, during the 3-month process of localization happening, I want to say most weekdays I woke up with like 85 or so questions in my inbox, like 30 to 80 questions in my inbox, all of which required like a couple paragraphs of answering. It was...
Yeah, you answered like
it was
1,100 questions.
I answered by the end of it like a little over 1,100 questions, and that was on top of writing 80 pages worth of like lore explanation and character bibles and line explanations. It was pretty much on... Supporting those localizations was pretty much on the commitment level of doing like a dissertation on our own work.
Alright. It's the poster. This is what I did. It's huge.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Abby, can you take a photo and send it to me so I
Sure.
can post it?
I accidentally did some things that I like. Like, up in this corner is the shifting mound, and then down here is the stranger, in this opposite corner, and they're like so similar. It's fun.
Where are the Pristine Cuts? Where are the Pristine Cut ladies going?
Hole here, and oh shit, there's supposed to be a hole here. Well,
You could hole here, hole here, hole here.
no, it has to be connected to the specter. I also tried very hard to make sure that like everything
you
was
can
kind
pull
of
it off.
connected, that it needs to be connected.
So I'm going to say, before we get into playing the game, which is the next part of this, we will be playing one ending to one expanded route, and I guess you'll just have to see where it goes. Do we want to take like 10? Everyone get their cup of teas and bathroom breaks and all that.
You alright? I'll have a cup of tea.
Alright, well, we'll be back soon. Anyone
might be a little
who
late
is
coming,
looking
heads up.
to fully go into the Pristine Cut blind tomorrow, this is your time to leave the stream. For those of you who want a little bit of spoilers early, then stick around. We'll be back in let's call it 10 minutes. Alright, hello everyone, and we are back. Let me move this lower. That's us. Let me move this lower. Wait, no, here. This is the one I'm moving lower. And I hide this. Hello! I guess we'll get started. Brandon is going to be back in like 10-15 minutes, but he's not a voice actor, so we're going to start this playthrough without him. Please note for chat, I will keep trying to keep up with your questions. Stop asking Johnny to do voice of the moist again. I mean, Johnny, if you want to. Oh my god, Adrienne, our good friend Inserty, who made the only monochromatic time loop game ever made. in Stars and Time is here in chat.
This is the person I was talking about earlier who helped me with the animations. by
Yeah,
getting
Adrienne,
them to do
Abby
it
is
like
out
this.
here telling people to...
Personally message you.
Uh-huh. Wait. Can people hear Johnny?
No,
Johnny, can you
They
keep
missed
chatting for a
your
second?
Voice of the moist. Yay.
Okay, they're saying no, but it says it's getting audio, whatever. Okay.
Because
wait,
like
how
the
about-
because
how
my
about
like the
this?
little
Is
VTuber
this
guy
better?
is illuminating, but
Is it like muted in the
Okay,
source?
yeah, okay. It was muted in the. It was hidden in the source.
Amazing.
Which
Okay,
apparently
all good.
mutes
We're
it.
all good.
Okay, so we're good now. Let's just get. Oh yeah, hold on. Preferences.
Amazing.
No voice acting.
None. Disgusting.
I don't want to hear these chuckleheads.
Well, here we go.
Chucklehead is an underused term.
I'm bringing it back.
Bring it back.
Johnny.
you're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
To folks who are asking, we are only going to be playing through one of the many endings in one of the several extended routes, so you won't be spoiled on too much of what's in the Pristine Cut. I think we've picked a slice that will get people hyped for more and not feeling like they've seen too much, but it is up to you if you want to stick around for that early preview, or if you would rather just go in tomorrow completely unspoiled.
Oh, Tony, do you want to read out the choice you're making?
Yes, I think I will. Abby, do we want to explore anything in the woods, or...
No.
Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not gonna go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
How many people in chat can't load the stream? It's loading for me.
Please hold for technical difficulties.
Oh, hold on. It does seem here that there is a network error.
Our network?
Nope. Okay, there it is. I think just keep hitting refresh. Maybe Twitch is very crowded right now.
Yeah, because of us. We're
'Cause of
really
us.
popular.
I say seeing Soda popping in the sidebar at like 15,000 viewers.
Wow, yeah, that's almost as many as we have.
Yeah, he's almost
Thank you
there.
all
He'll make
so
it one
much for
day.
hanging out with us.
I believe in him.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll make it one day.
Okay. Well, we can continue then.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Let's take it. He says we'll need it if we want to do it right, so we're gonna do that.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
then, I'm just gonna crank the music and sound up a bit. Really vibe. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. Almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
What? No way, why would you even think that?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it.
The soup is burning. I love to see that Tony and Abby are screwing with the parallax just like I do when I play. It's what everyone does.
That's what we gave
Yeah.
you, a
Don't
fidget toy.
you dare.
Alright, Johnny, I'll stop playing with the parallax. Keyboard only.
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe
It's
she
the
really
Abby
is a
fan
monster,
reaching for
but
it.
killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Let's tighten our grip.
Okay, I do that.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
What if she isn't bluffing? What if she just kills us?
If you go into this expecting to die, you're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
Alright.
Okay, we're
The
gonna
name
do
of the
it.
game is Slay the Princess.
We better do it.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle. She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow. We shouldn't have hesitated. But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
Base Princess shoes confirmed. Not truly a Souls-like.
As you lie crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity.
Alright, this is really funny because there's so many people in chat yelling in all caps, new, this is new. Nah, this has been in the base game since, like, the first demo.
I love how many of the promo images that you've been posting have been like kind of rare gets in the base game, and people have been like, "This is new for the Pristine
The
Cut."
Pristine Cut is so huge.
We're
Nah,
gonna
you
be
just
getting a lot
haven't
of
seen
it.
everything.
The base game is so huge.
You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand. Now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
You should do that on, like, a black t-shirt.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, yes.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
We're going right to the cabin.
Yeah. We don't need to ask any questions.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try and overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying.
You guys are doing a great job.
Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please, try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
Proceed into the cabin.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here. The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Oh god, what?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
No, not the mirrors. Yes.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Oh, okay.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway, and I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse. For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure you wouldn't look. I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal. Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
No. Let's just go. Ah.
You walk up next to the wall. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
This is just a very zoomed in version of the background, so you can see the individual pencil strokes there.
Yeah.
I like it.
I
Abby
didn't wanna
hates
do
it.
a new one.
We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
Let's go in the basement.
Yay.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. Huh. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Applause.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this the last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what the little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Continue down the stairs.
We go.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what it wants. You've brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it!
Yeah.
As if on command, the blade slips from your grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor.
I forgot that the game does that, and I was surprised when it fell.
You're like, oh no, this is a bug.
But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let this happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade.
Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel!
No.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel!
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
People are loving
la-
this, by the way. Just letting you know.
What was that?
People are loving this, by the way. I'm just letting you know in case you can't.
Good. The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak!
Last time we met. Nobody should have met her before this. You should be the first. You're the only one I trust to deal with her.
Then you shouldn't have trusted us. There was nothing we could do to stop her then. And there's nothing we can do to stop her now.
He's being melodramatic, but yeah, we've been here before. And she absolutely destroyed us. What are we even supposed to do to stop her? That's worrying. Whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
Johnny's voice swapping might seem very impressive, but to spoil it, he's actually got the prestige type situation going on, and there's like many
12 of them.
many twins. All
And then he
sharing
has to
one
murder them all
microphone.
at the end.
Yeah, I drown each one after they deliver the line.
It's tough work, but you know, voice actors
Sounds
gotta do-
exhausting.
Yeah.
Remain silent.
Do you think holding shut your beak is enough to stop me from prying it open? Do you think your skull can save you from the thoughts being seen? You're less broken than I'd thought. Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters. Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants.
No objections here. We don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning. But we might as well pick up the blade. As your eyes fall on the blade, you feel a weight, some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
Click, click,
Oh,
click, click, click.
no. We
Click,
should
click,
report
click,
this
click,
as a bug.
Bug,
Yeah,
why
bug.
can't I say no?
You reach forward and grip the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We were probably gonna stand anyway.
Click, 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 click.
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an uneasy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To defy me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are a quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
What?
People in chat being like, quiet shadow, all caps, question mark, pog emoji. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the text that you notice on second playthrough. For folks who are going to be replaying for the first time when the Pristine Cut drops, I think you'll have a fun time looking at the details.
You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves. Step forward and end this.
End this.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh, we'll end this all right.
Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay. I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Slay the princess.
Your body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at a time, you move towards the princess.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson. Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry. Don't.
As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease. It somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, with the simple act of walking, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility.
Someone needs to take this sprite of the tower and do that, like, trade. I offer you this, you get this meme. It's like the exact face. Y'all know the ones.
I know the meme.
Then it slides back
Trade
out,
offer.
the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
Trade offer. I get ascension to divinity. You get dagger in your heart.
Now do it again. Keep doing it until I give you permission to stop.
Those are just words. You don't have to listen to her.
It's what she wants.
You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you. I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs, but the blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece. At least for now.
What a pitiful display. A wounded little bird thinking it can defy a god. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
Slay the princess.
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone and muscle to the open air of the basement.
You know, this would be a lot easier if you gave us a hand.
My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
Aaron, thank you for 53 months of subscriptions.
Here from the beginning.
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
So many stabs.
Stop.
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet, your chest heaving as your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat. The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before. Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death. There is a place at my side for you, if you'll have it. Not as an equal, but as something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps. Or a pet.
Well, that's demeaning, isn't it? Yes, how thoughtful of her. It's a mercy. Take it. I think he's given up whatever say. I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this. At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance. She's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
Later, princess.
No!
Simp.
Yes. Though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, darting to her side before she can react. The wind of your freedom rushes through you and you channel it into a decisive blow, stabbing into the soft flesh of her ankle and severing the tendons in an act of unyielding defiance. She falls to the floor, crashing unceremoniously to her knees. But you don't give her any time to recover. Your heart pounding with determination, you plunge your blade into her chest. As you find your target again and again, she laughs, crude emotion breaking through her once stony composure as your blade cuts her flesh. We can do this, can't we? You always could. The decision to give you this task was not made lightly. You're here for a reason. It's not too late to pick up the pieces. It's not too late to toss that blade aside and beg for forgiveness.
Brandon, this is your fault that everyone in chat is spamming grip it and rip it.
Rippin' and rippin', yeah.
I have so many regrets in my life. This is amongst the top of them.
Shut up.
I can't believe you would actually strike me. You heathen! You worm! You defiler! You don't know the consequences of your arrogance!
Before you can strike the final blow, the princess lashes out, knocking you off your feet.
Think you can't have it for
There's an
all
unsettling wet pop as your spine breaks, numbness and pain spreading through your body. As you rebound towards the ceiling in a moment of disorientated lightness, she drives her fist into your chest.
Yes, Saitama. Just the word death appears on the screen.
Your body is crushed as she pulverizes you into the floor, the ground itself breaking from the impact. You lie there, broken, beyond pain, unable to even see what she's done to you. But the princess is succumbing to her own wounds as well. She looks down upon her body in abject horror and disgust.
You made me use my hands. I can feel myself twisting into something new, something dull, something defiled. What have you done to me?
You're monsters and conspirators. I can't bear to watch this. The princess has been nothing but cruel to you. You should feel liberated by her fall.
But I don't feel liberated. I feel empty.
Aside from the pain, I feel fine. She collapses to the floor, her glassy eyes watch, unblinking, yet somehow still full of anguish and fear, as the two of you perish together. I suppose we were never going to get a happy ending here, were we? Don't let those be your final thoughts. You saved the world. That's worth something. I guess. Regardless of how you feel about it, it's finally over. Thank you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 3.
I feel like there's.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path... Okay, what the hell is that? There's... The sobbing is part of the background track.
Yeah.
It's not...
I think you're
I don't need to... I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to swap between the sobbing, but I don't have to.
You're free.
I think he's upset.
And what's he got to be upset about? We just killed a god!
We're going Fury because she has the most new stuff of the expanded routes.
Yeah.
And we'll be showing off one of the many, many paths you can go down here.
Exactly. You heathens destroyed the most beautiful thing that ever was and ever will be.
I can't say I have much sympathy for you. She was bad for us, and you almost got us killed.
You're being too generous. He did get us killed.
Alright, enough chatter. I've got a thing I'm supposed to do, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it without any more interruptions. Okay, great. You're listening. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a... If your thing is telling us about the princess, don't waste your breath. We know all about her, and it's hardly a path in the woods at this point, is it? Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs, so you'd better take things seriously.
Aussie Scribbler, I will not be giving instructions on any structural stuff. That's up for you all to explore starting tomorrow. Do we want to talk, or do we want to just...
I'm eager, personally.
Let's just proceed to the cabin, silently. Squish,
So hyped.
squish.
Good. We're all on the same page. It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her. That's it? No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give at this point is something you've already heard.
If there's still a princess at the cabin, maybe we can salvage things. Maybe if we just grovel and apologize, things can go back to how they were before.
Dr. Santos, it should be a 1 p.m. release on GOG. They know to flip the switch then. That's a switch that they have to flip, not us. So, like, if it's 1:05, don't hold me to that.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now, and you're making it so much harder than it has to be, so stop whining.
Man, it's so fun. Abby never played StarCraft, but this is such a Zerg-coded, like, landscape, especially with those bony structures.
Zergrush princess.
Yeah. Chapter 3, the Kerrigan.
The interior of the cabin is a
I like
place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight.
How's the mixing? Do people want louder music, or is this music level good? Fine as is. Alright.
But that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from the cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living meat.
I'm going to go ahead and just make the music a little louder, because enough people requested that. And these tracks are really good.
That's
Yay.
horrible.
It is.
And Dr. Santos asks, which platform gives you guys the most cash? Steam, itch, GOG, etc. Itch and Epic give us a better cut. I think that math-wise, it's arguable that like Steam long-term gives us the more money, because it's just so much bigger than other platforms, and like people buying stuff and reviewing the game there algorithmically boosts it, which I don't know, might be more, but it's like so marginal on a platform-to-platform difference that I would just say use whatever launcher you want to use whatever console you want to use, like.
And thank you for wanting to support us. It's so kind.
You did this? The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
It's that mirror again. This time it's blocking the door. No, we're just going. We don't need a blade. We kicked your ass last time.
Yeah.
You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. Almost as if you don't see it. But you must, because it's right there in front of you.
All we see is a damned mirror.
It really is just like last time. Are we really hallucinating? Why here? Why now?
Jane the Vessel asks, even though we don't see it due to her exploding out of the ground before you get there, do you have an idea for the cabin design for the apotheosis? That might be a thing to hang on to for a future art stream.
Oh yeah.
Smash it. Smash it to pieces. It's the only thing keeping us from her.
Don't you want to know what Don't you want to know what we'll see in there? We won't be able to see anything if we smash it.
No, I'm with him on this one. Smash it! Let's get violent already!
Nice.
Do whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time.
This is quite good.
You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement.
I see the apotheosis was a sneaky little question.
Oh, I knew they were doing that. People were theorizing that another cabin that we previewed was apotheosis, and it's just like,
Another one they're thinking.
you should know from the perspective that that wasn't apotheosis. It's fine. No, like, her opening is too cool for us to change.
Oh,
As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead.
And yeah, someone made a comment about, glad Fury got extended because she's so short in the base game, but it is, like, pretty funny that she kills you in 2 seconds no matter what, and it's like, that was kind of the idea we originally had. But it's one of those ideas that's like, it's a funny idea, but like, what if we didn't kill her instead? What if we actually, like,
because she's so
explored
cool.
the chapter? Yeah, her design's so good.
Why am I not surprised? You step forward into the darkness. The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. A high vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides. You feel both unprotected and trapped, at once exposed and claustrophobic. The air is thick, its odor an oppressive violence, the metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Great line.
Yay, his catchphrase.
Her voice, a bellowing rage, roars up the stairs.
Was severing the tendons of my ascension not enough for you? Was it not enough to rend my divine heart? Come, see the horrors you've wrought upon my flesh, and feel my hands set upon your throat. See how you've soured my once divine melody.
She's so angry with us. Why did you desecrate her? Why couldn't I stop you?
You're not gonna stop thinking. You've got to stop thinking about her like that. It isn't doing anyone any good.
Yes, the Divine Melody line is
She's not some untouchable god. She's an abomination. And we're going to put an end to her once and for all. Whatever she is now is our fault. If she's an abomination, then what does that make us? It doesn't matter what we are. She needs slaying, and we've got the means to do it. So let's get a move on.
If I might interject, you didn't make her into an abomination. She's always been what she is. It's why you're here, and it's why your task is so important. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. The chamber's walls are painted in blood, a deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted streams onto the charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone.
I assume you're also laughing of, oh, that's gore of my comfort character.
That's my comfort character gore.
The princess stands in its center, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats from its place in her open chest.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh.
Yeah, there's
Why
not
did
so
we
much
choose
as
the
a moment
rippiest
of hesitation.
princess?
So much a moment.
Not-
That's grammatical.
Oh, sure.
There's not so much a blank. I've read that in books. Yeah, literally gripping it.
And then, with a
we
nauseating
picked the
sound,
rippiest-
the skin
Wow.
tears. It plops to the ground, and she pulls her red, glistening arm free from her binding, ripping and ripping.
It's inescapable.
Sorry.
She is loose, and she is coming for you.
The tiger is loose.
Let her end it. It's the punishment you all deserve for what you did to her. It's the punishment I deserve for letting it happen. Through that, we can win! We've done it before, and we'll do it again, only this time, we'll make it out the other side. Hell, she's practically done most of the work for us.
We don't even have a weapon.
It doesn't matter. I refuse to go out any
Oh,
way
I
that isn't...
forgot.
Sorry.
It doesn't matter. I refuse to go out any way that isn't kicking and screaming.
Maybe for a future anniversary live stream, we'll do a thing where like we swap up the delivery of a line for the voice.
It's sometimes I like to pepper deliberate mistakes in to keep myself humble, to remind everyone I'm human. Also, if I did it too perfectly, people would say, "Oh, they're just using the track from the game," you know?
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
remind them that you're made of flesh.
They're just
still.
prestiging Johnny. They got Nikola Tesla's secret machine.
I thought you were just keeping Tony on his toes.
I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for what I did to you.
Words are not repentance. Apologies are not. Apologies are paid for only in flesh and deed. And flesh works for me.
He bounds across the room, her fists ready, her heart set upon your destruction. With a horrifying squelch, you are unwound.
JK, guys, we didn't extend the route. This has all been a massive lie.
That's it.
We picked the one thing that just ends prematurely.
No, that's our stuff. She can't just do that. She just did. Unfortunate, I know, but reality is reality.
You should all just be grateful she's decided to keep us alive. Even in her defilement, she is merciful.
We're not out of the count just yet. But we didn't even bring a weapon.
Yes, because we knew it was over.
Yeah, this is Tower to Fury, Mr. Brick.
No weapons this time. It's almost as if you're planning on dying here. As if I'd grant you such a mercy. No. We're going to make this last forever. Let's see how deep we need to dig to find the defiant little spark of your soul. This will hurt you.
Something infiltrates you. Though you do not see it, you feel it, slithering into your disaster of a body, seeping into the gaps between your molecules. The body of a sapient creature has, on average, 30 trillion cells, and each one of those cells is comprised of 100 trillion some odd atoms. One of those cells is peeled from the others. 100 trillion atoms are gone.
Are you still there? Are you still you?
Yes? I think. Then 2 are peeled away. Then 4.
Someone in chat says ship of long quiet.
This is nothing! Nothing!
8. 16. 32. 64.
Whatever is happening to us, it's happening faster.
128. 256. 512.
Are you still there? Are you still you?
1024. 2048. 4096. 8192.
I feel small. Smaller than before.
16,384, 32,768, 65,536.
You can't just count us into oblivion!
131,072, 262,144, 524,288. What happens when it gets higher? Like, really higher?
Nothing. Just like nothing's happening now. But something is happening now. Something in us is liquefying. Something that started small, but that keeps getting bigger.
1,048,000. The hundreds don't matter anymore.
Are you still there? Are you still you?
2,096,000, 4,192,000, 8,384,000. I don't like this waiting. Waiting for something to happen, but it's taking so long. 16,768,000, 33,536,000, 67,072,000. Your eyes are useless. 134 million. The thousands don't matter anymore. Your blood begins to go places it shouldn't.
Are you still there? Are you still you?
There's the pain. I feel it now. But we can handle this. We can't let her win.
We can't handle anything. We're at her mercy. 268 million. We don't need to count anymore. Your lungs fill with liquid. You smell things you shouldn't. You choke on pieces of what used to be you.
It doesn't matter because we're still alive.
You are deconstructed. You are reconstructed. A square you, a round you, a you with too many legs, a you with many mouths which won't stop screaming. Then all of it pressed into a ball, tightly packed into the size of a fist. What does you even mean anymore? We just keep changing into horrible things we can't control. Make it stop. Please make it stop. Please make it stop.
You means we exist. There has to still be a way for us to win. Otherwise this would be pointless, and all this torture would be for nothing.
You're right about one thing. It is torture. But it isn't pointless. The whole point is that it's torture.
Are you still there? Are you still you?
No.
Yes!
The ball is unraveled into the shape of a body. The skin peels off in a corkscrew. The eyes are plucked. The organs arranged in the air in a neat row.
Are you still there? Are you still you?
No.
Yes!
You are stretched into a line, 12 feet long, then 24, then 48. The line gets thinner as you get longer. A mile, 2, 4, 8.
Are you still there? Are you still you?
Yes!
16, 32. 64.
No!
And then, all at once, there is a great rewinding, and all of the disparate threads that once were you fall dutifully back into place. You are whole again, and in your body, the same body you arrived in. The princess stands before you, her dress of skin more tattered than before, her face sullen.
It's all hollow. I ripped you to pieces. I broke your will. But it means nothing. I am forever a piece unfinished. A song with no refrain.
Oh, you should read it.
Click.
Why did you keep me alive? I've been here so long. Everyone is gone. There's no one else here. I can't feel anything anymore. But still I'm here, watching. There is nothing for you to say.
We're so different. How could I ever hope for you to understand me?
He stands, arms outstretched, neck craned, gaze transfixed on something unseen above you both.
But perhaps there is a way to grant you understanding. Perhaps there is a way to make myself whole once more.
You are unwound again. But it's different this time. Nothing slithers into your cells. You can feel something changing inside of you, but you see her changing too. Threads, strands of you becoming pieces of something new, something that's both you and her. Oh no, absolutely not. You have to stop this. Do you hear me? You have to stop this, or the entire world ends.
But there is nothing left to stop anything. Your consciousness drifts towards hers.
Yes. Yes. See me as I have had to see you.
You do. You see a towering heart, wounded and alone, one that is familiar to you, if distant.
No. This isn't right. I feel cold.
We can go to...
Yeah, we can go check her out.
The tethers that attempted to form between you have snapped. Your union has been halted. Something has taken her place,
and it's left something else in her place.
Silence as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. You are at the cabin.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What? You know,
We should do the one.
Yeah, we'll go to the heart, but you know,
You wanna?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Solitary lights? What do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network.
Nascent.
I wish to be more.
I'm a person.
A person. A set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person. We are oceans reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself.
There is passion and empathy buried under her unfeeling skin. She will make for a weathered heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace.
What happens now?
Nothing as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here, forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I'm not going back.
If you need time, then I will wait with you.
Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Well, I'm satisfied with the ending that we got here.
Brutal, Tony. Well,
Anyways, thank you so much, everybody
oh,
who...
what camera
Oh, I
is
guess
that?
it's frozen
Oh.
from when it cut off before. They can see your Beamon.
No,
Wait,
my
Beamon?
beautiful. It has to be a
Yeah, it's Beamon.
private.
Thank you so much for stopping by our stream. This was a taste of the Fury Root from the Pristine Cut. It'll be
Yeah.
available at 1 p.m. tomorrow. People keep asking me, is there different stuff to find in the Fury if I
Yes.
do something different? Yes.
There was, in fact, even late.
So, like,
in
just
what we were
so
doing,
much, so
there was
much.
still other stuff you could see.
We picked this route because it has the most to explore, but I think like Den, Apotheosis, and Fury all have like similar quantities of outcomes. We weren't kidding when we said that the Pristine Cut added more art to the Fury chapter than like the Adversary has on its own.
And somebody asked, like, "Oh God, how horrible was it for you to draw that?" It was so much fun. This is my comfort zone. It's just like drawing stuff like that. It was so wonderful. So
Yes, and a huge
you had
thank
to
you.
see all of it, please. You got to look at it all.
Huge thank you to our team for hanging out with us on this live stream and talking for
alright.
nearly 6 hours straight.
Yeah, thank you all
Thank you,
so
Johnny,
much.
Nicole, Brandon. This has been so fun. And we will be lurking in the shadows tomorrow to watch you all play and talk about the new stuff. But yeah, for now, as user Marches45 says, everything goes
Everything
dark.
goes dark, and you die.